Chapter 447. Han Fei was slightly surprised. The heavenly talents of the major sects have nothing to do with your families. Chao Chiu shook his head. Basically nothing but a little bit. All the major clans have tried to rope in some of the prodigies from the major sects, but their relationship isn't that deep. Han Fei frowned. He didn't know anything about the Thousand-Star City, but from what Chao Chiu said, he vaguely knew that there were many big families in the Thousand-Star City. The bottom 200 floors of the steps into the sea were almost all reserved by the disciples of the big clans. As for the prodigies from the 36 towns, it was not that there were none, but that there were very few of them. After all, everyone's birth was different. Some people's mothers gave birth to them at the beginning, while some people's mothers gave birth to them at the end. Fortuitous encounters were of no use unless they were extremely good. Who could really come to the level 3 fishery hadn't encountered an opportunity. Han Fei immediately wanted to ask if there was any news about Tang Ge. However, when the words were about to come out of his mouth, he swallowed them back. He was not in a good situation right now. Apart from anything else, Han Fei's possession of the sea token put him on the opposite side of many children of the big clans in the Thousand-Star City. Even though Han Fei felt that Chao Chiu, the little fatty, wouldn't think too much about it, he would never tell his relationship with Tang Ge to an outsider. Han Fei simply asked indirectly, "Do the children of the big families go to the so-called major sects to study?" Han Fei knew that Tang Ge had been taken away for intensive training, but he didn't know where. But judging from how Feng Zhe searched everywhere, Han Fei didn't think that a family should be capable of doing that. At this moment, after Chao Chiu mentioned it, he wondered if Tang Ge had been taken to a so-called major sect. Chao Chiu didn't think there was anything wrong with Han Fei's question. He just thought he was curious, so he said, "Of course there is. We all have to enter a big sect to study, but it doesn't necessarily have to be in the same big sect." Han Fei frowned. Even those heavenly talents of the major sects can't be killed. Wang Zetian said lightly, "It's best not to kill them if you can." No one who could reach the 200th floor was simple. These people have been given all kinds of treasures by the sect, and their life-saving methods are no less than ours. Furthermore, it wasn't like there weren't any teachers in the major sects who were protective of their students. If those unreasonable people really want to go to the lower world to take people away, who in the level 3 fishery can stop them? Han Fei clicked his tongue. That's a pity. However, the slogan of our black and white impermanence is to rob passers-by and not take their lives. It's fine. Wang Zetian glanced at Han Fei. "Why do I remember that you just told me that you wanted to rob me and kill me?" "Oh, really? Maybe I said it wrong." The four of them chatted for a while before entering the 198th floor. Han Fei didn't mention Tang Ji's name at all. In fact, he didn't mention Tang Ji's name to Xia Shaochan and the others because it was unnecessary. When Han Fei appeared on the 198th floor, he didn't see anyone. This time, he didn't offer the sacrifice immediately. Instead, he started searching aimlessly. Now that they were on the 198th floor, the steps were gradually getting smaller, and the chances of encountering people were higher. Sure enough, as Han Fei expected, after only about dozens of kilometers, he met an armorist and a manipulator. Both of them were wearing blue robes, which seemed to be the same uniform. After seeing Han Fei, the two exchanged a glance and immediately swam towards Han Fei. Han Fei didn't leave, but still waited calmly for the two to come over. "Huh. An intermediate dangling fisher. Senior brother, this person is not simple." The manipulator girl's face changed slightly, and she whispered to the armorist next to her. "He is not simple, but it doesn't matter. No matter how strong an intermediate dangling fisher is, he can only reach the limit of a peak-level dangling fisher. Even if he is a strong peak-level dangling fisher, the two of us can deal with him." Seeing the two of them coming up to him, Han Fei grinned. "Nice to meet you. I just want your money, not your lives. Please hand over your swallowing seashells. The manipulator asked, Senior brother, is this guy stupid? He seems to want to rob us. The armorist put the armor box aside. If you win, your things will be yours. If you lose, your things will belong to us. Han Fei said with a smile, Okay, which of you will come first? The armorist smiled slightly. We, of course, will come together. As soon as he said that, thousands of golden lights flashed in all directions. Under Han Fei's feet, an array made of black balls appeared. Han Fei's body twisted back and forth in the golden light. The manipulator was dumbfounded by his strange postures. Han Fei wiped the blood-drinking knife on a few golden threads around him. What sharp golden threads! Unfortunately, they are useless to me. As for this array, Han Fei secretly said to the hexagon starfish via voice transmission, Master Hexagon Starfish, it's all yours. Outside the black stone array, 6 purple lights rose, and the hexagon starfish set up another array outside this one. Huh, the armorist frowned. Not only did the other party not try to break the ceiling array he set up, but he even set up another array outside. The question was, in this case, why would Han Fei be afraid that they would run away? How damn confident did he have to be to do such a thing? Among the thousands of threads, dense black thorns like pear flowers in a rainstorm spurted out of the armorist's armor box. Hey! Han Fei held the whetstone in his left hand and made it bigger, trying to block it. However, he found that those black thorns had similar characteristics to the million knife art. They circled and chased after Han Fei. Clank, clank, clank. Han Fei put away the whetstone, and the blood-drinking knife was full of knife intent. After one slash, all the golden threads along the way were broken, and a large number of black thorns were chopped away. Not bad. Han Fei frowned slightly. The person who used the black thorns was not weak and was a very special armorist. There seemed to be no swords in his armor box, but all needles, and they were very powerful. However, Han Fei didn't believe that an armorist could have such powerful spiritual power. He was not weak. If he had enough weapons now, it should be easy for him to control 50 blue sea wandering dragon daggers. But once there were more daggers, such as 80 or 100, even Han Fei couldn't control them. And the armorist in front of him could control more than 1,000 black needles. More than 10,000. Therefore, Han Fei was sure that the so-called black needles were not as flexible as they seemed. Han Fei's body was covered with small spots. Although none of the needles could penetrate his body, they were so powerful that they could leave tiny needle holes on his body surface. This had already shown the strength of this armorist. Han Fei suddenly changed direction and went straight to the manipulator. The manipulator was slightly startled, and a large number of golden threads swept out. However, Han Fei's speed was a bit fast. If it were an ordinary peak-level dangling fisher, her golden threads could even kill the opponent directly. But not now. Han Fei only needed one slash to cut off all the golden threads. On the other side, the armorist's face changed slightly, and he quickly came to the rescue. Just when he grabbed the armor box and was about to arrive, Han Fei grinned and changed direction again. He stepped on the golden threads, swept past the black needles and golden threads, and slashed out. If Xia Shaochan were here, she wouldn't be surprised. She knew how flexible Han Fei was. They were all born in chaotic battles and had competed with each other before. Han Fei could carry 4 people on his own. His agility was not just for show. If it were a head-on battle like Wang Zitian, Han Fei might not be able to play so fancy. But in this chaotic and intertwined scene, Han Fei's flexibility was vividly displayed. Han Fei needed to twist his body to avoid the golden threads, and the armorist directly asked the manipulator to let him in. What Han Fei wanted was the moment when the golden threads were let go. He used the draw technique and threw out the whetstone as a giant hidden weapon, followed by the embroidery needle. 3 consecutive strikes The armorist was immediately knocked over, and thousands of black needles fell. Chilla! At the last moment, the manipulator pulled the armorist away with the golden threads, and the two of them left the seal formation. Han Fei grinned. So, let's see who can break the formation faster. You two break the formation outside, and I'll break yours. Let the game begin. Senior brother, what should we do? The armorist coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face pale, and one of his hands drooped softly. This guy is so strong. Which sect is he from? Why haven't I seen him before? Senior brother, maybe he is a disciple of a big clan. Impossible. How much practice does he have to go through to use that weird footwork just now? Many of them were extremely dangerous, and they fought with no regard for their lives. How many disciples of big clans do you think are so desperate? Senior brother, do you understand this formation? With that, the manipulator looked at the six-gate formation. With a wave of her fingers, thousands of golden threads hit countless places of the six-gate formation, searching for the formation eye, but there was no response at all. On the other hand, Han Fei just walked to a certain stone among the black stones on the ground and smashed it with his rod. The stone cracked and the formation was broken. The hexagon starfish climbed up Han Fei's calf. This formation is simple. This human is not good at formations. Han Fei smiled and looked at the two of them. Hey, if I wasn't careful, the formation would break. First, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 448. The faces of the armorist and the manipulator changed slightly, and they took out a jade pendant and held it in their hands. The armorist sneered. Do you really think you can kill us? Han Fei clicked his tongue. Amulet? Yes, you have more trump cards. I can't beat you, but I can wait. When my people come, they can kill you. Huh. You know, this is an amulet? Which sect are you from? Han Fei grinned. I'm from the countryside. It's fine. You keep holding it. I'm not in a hurry. With that, Han Fei moved his fingers, took out a bag of air that he had prepared, and took a deep breath. Then he took out a fish skin bag, which was filled with small dried fish. In front of the two of them, he began to chew. Han Fei asked, By the way, is your teacher so stingy? He only gave you one amulet each? Let me be frank, if you only have an amulet, I'm afraid it won't work. Do you have an immortal seal? What about a dying strike? The two of them turned green when they heard this. They were a little suspicious about how Han Fei learned the internal secrets of these big families. Even in the big families of the Thousand-Star City, ordinary clansmen didn't even dare to hope to obtain a life-saving means like an immortal seal. Only the outstanding geniuses within the family were qualified to enjoy these things. After all, the relationships of the same family were complicated, and it was impossible to be impartial. They had never heard of this Han Fei in front of them, since he could defeat the two of them as an intermediate dangling fisher. He was definitely not an ordinary person. There was no reason that they hadn't heard of him. The manipulator girl was a little nervous. She looked at Han Fei and said, If you kill us, your life tablet will shatter, which is not a trivial matter. Han Fei shrugged. I'm not going to kill you. I'll wait for someone who has the ability to kill you. I'm not in a hurry. After half an hour, the two of them seemed to have communicated many times, and when they saw a figure appear in the distance, their faces changed. The armorist said, Here's your sea, swallowing seashell. Unseal it. Han Fei picked up the sea, swallowing seashells that they threw at him and said with a smile, You should have done this a long time ago. After that, he got up and shouted at the man who was flying over, You come down. You're just a robber. Hand over your sea, swallowing seashell. The armorist and the manipulator's faces all turned green. So they're not your people? However, after a brief discussion, the two of them decided not to join forces with the person who was coming from afar. The strength that Han Fei had just shown, that terrifying physique, that movement that seemed to be even more agile than an octopus, made them feel powerless. The most important thing was not Han Fei's strength, but his realm. They had seen many intermediate, dangling fishers with such terrifying strength. As long as those big shots weren't dead, they were all monstrous existences. Which sect didn't have a few of such big shots? At this moment, they felt that they had encountered such a big shot who had hidden his identity to commit robbery and extortion. Seeing the two of them gradually fade out of sight, Han Fei got up and moved on to the next person. Half a day later, after robbing 12 people in a row, Han Fei unexpectedly met Wang Zetian. The two of them had nothing to say. Han Fei said, "I'm going to continue robbing." Wang Zetian nodded. "I'm going to find Chao Qiu." The two of them met for less than 10 minutes and then left separately. When Han Fei saw Chao Qiu, this guy was being chased and beaten by 5 people. As soon as he saw Han Fei, Chao Qiu immediately wailed, "Big Tong, I finally found you. Big Tong, come and help me." Han Fei was speechless when he saw these 5 people. Oh my God! They were all wearing standard uniforms. He knew these 5 people, and at a glance, he could tell that they were from the same sect. Otherwise, how could their clothes be the same? Han Fei thought he was strong. But to be honest, these people were not weak either, although some of them were only advanced dangling fishers. In this place, a small realm could no longer represent strength. Chao Qiu might be able to resist the soul warrior and manipulator he just met, and Xia Shaochan could teleport away. But it would take Wang Zetian a lot of effort. Han Fei was speechless. "Hey, little fatty, why don't you turn around and fight?" Chao Qiu said, "I can't beat them. These people are too fierce. They want to rob my sea-swallowing seashells." With that said, Chao Qiu turned around and said, "Don't chase them. We are all classmates. Don't be like this." However, the 5 people didn't care about Han Fei at all. Although they knew that Han Fei, as an intermediate dangling fisher, couldn't have come here easily, there were only 2 of them, including Han Fei. The problem was that they knew Chao Qiu too well. Although this guy seemed to be wearing dazzling equipment, in fact, his combat power was only 5. Besides, he was a super rich guy. Who else would they chase if not him? Han Fei sighed. "Idiot, I don't expect you to fight. I might as well expect an iron-head fish to crash into a dragon boat." Then Han Fei pointed a kitchen knife at the 5 people and said, "I want money, not life. You 5, leave your sea-swallowing seashells." Where did this idiot come from? Is there something wrong with his brain? Have you been infected by Chao Qiu? F***CK off. However, Han Fei's aura suddenly soared, and he activated the majestic mystic spell, and a terrifying power circulated on Han Fei's body surface. At that moment, Han Fei stood in front of Chao Qiu and didn't dare to use the draw technique. He was afraid that he would cut these people to death. The embroidery needle swept out at such a fast speed that an unparalleled rod shadow appeared. Not good, shield. An armorist slammed down a square shield, and then the 5 people immediately fused with their spiritual beasts. However, they underestimated Han Fei at this moment. As soon as the majestic mystic spell was activated, his strength increased 5-fold. Han Fei was not bragging. Even if Chao Qiu was equipped with top-quality weapons and possessed by the Cloud Dolphin, he could still beat him to death, let alone these people in front of him who were completely unprepared. Rumble! The ripples vibrated, and an inverted tornado rolled up underwater. The shield wall was smashed by Han Fei's rod. The 5 people were sent flying at the same time. Master Hexagon! When the 6-gate formation rose, the hexagon starfish complained, "The 6-gate formation needs a lot of spiritual energy. I can't use it frequently. I feel that my spiritual energy is drying up." With 5 meat buns in front of him, Han Fei didn't have time to care about such a trivial matter. So he took out 5 or 6 low-quality spiritual stones and threw them to the hexagon starfish. The hexagon starfish really wanted to vomit blood. "This is too little. Han Fei scoffed. Shut up. I got the treasures. Didn't I give you all the shiny ones? You cry to me every day that you are poor. The hexagon starfish's big eyes kept rolling. Remembering that there were indeed a lot of good-looking stones in the gate, he couldn't help but shut up. He'd better not talk back to Han Fei. Otherwise, Han Fei wouldn't even give him low-quality spiritual stones. How miserable would that be? The 5 teenagers were also stunned. Among the 5 of them, the weakest one was an advanced, dangling fisher. They hadn't even used their skills yet. How could they be defeated like this? Suddenly, there were lights and shadows everywhere in the 6-gate formation, and all kinds of dazzling and gorgeous skills burst out, knocking the 6-gate formation with clanging sounds. Han Fei was about to go and clean them up one by one, when he saw a big net falling from the sky and being thrown over. Someone exclaimed, "Not good. It's the spirit forbidden net." "Damn it, I'm calling for help." Whoop! A strange sound spread from the bottom of the sea. Immediately afterward, the 5 people lost their temper. Their spiritual beasts and contractual spiritual beasts were cancelled one after another, and their spiritual energy was completely suppressed. Han Fei looked back at Cao Qiu and said helplessly, "Spirit forbidden net?" Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. How could I forget this? If Sun Mu could have the spirit forbidden net, why couldn't Cao Qiu have it? If Cao Qiu suddenly used it on me, wouldn't I be at his mercy? Immediately, Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. In the future, no matter what, I can't entrust my back to others. No matter how harmless Cao Qiu seemed to be, he couldn't help it. Of course, Cao Qiu didn't think so much at this moment. He arrogantly walked to the edge of the 6-gate formation, looked at the group of people and said angrily, "How dare you rob me and beat me? I said you would get what you deserve. Look, karma is coming." Han Fei glanced at Cao Qiu. "Don't talk nonsense. What was that sound just now?" Cao Qiu suddenly understood. That was a summoning order. Hurry up and rob them. Throw them into the steps into the sea, and then run away quickly. Han Fei's face was black. "Don't run. Just wait." Then Han Fei walked into the 6-gate formation rudely. "I want your money, not your life. Hand over your sea, swallowing seashells, and I'll let you go." Someone snorted. "You don't dare to kill us." Han Fei sneered. "I don't dare to kill you, but do you think I don't dare to rob you?" With that said, Han Fei began to pull them over one by one. For a moment, there were wails and howls of anger. "Hey, my shoes! Why are you pulling my shoes? Hey, give me back my weapon. You can't use my weapon. Hey, I'm a girl. You can't touch me. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Don't pull my necklace. My earrings, you bastard. I will find you and beat you to death." Han Fei was taken aback. "You want to beat me? This battle suit is good. I'll take it off." The little girl screamed, Hey, I've given you everything else. What else do you want?" "Hey, rogue, don't pull my clothes." Gulp! Outside the formation, Cao Qiu broke out in a cold sweat. He immediately regretted showing his ultra-quality battle suit and weapons to Han Fei. If one day Han Fei was unhappy and pulled his clothes off, how miserable would that be? Han Fei was happily picking up other people's swallowing seashells and treasures. Suddenly he felt a familiar aura coming, but he didn't care. However, the next moment he only felt a pain in his ear. Hey! Xia Xiaochan, let go. Xia Xiaochan's face was black. "Shameless, why are you pulling my battle suit?" Han Fei shrugged. "No, I'm going to get you a battle suit, aren't I?" Xia Xiaochan said angrily, "I already have a battle suit. You just want to peek at it." Han Fei shook his head. "I didn't. I'm innocent." However, the woman in the spirit forbidden net said angrily, "He molested me." Han Fei looked back. "Hey, you have to live with your conscience." Xia Xiaochan shouted, "Get out, I'll search." Suddenly, Xia Xiaochan felt that Han Fei's body stiffened and thought, Did I hit him too hard? However, when she looked back, she found that Han Fei was staring at two people not far away. Xia Shaochan wondered, "What's wrong?" Han Fei slowly spat out a mouthful of bubbles, narrowed his eyes slightly, and suddenly a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Old Tang, we've finally run into each other. Second update. Please vote." End of this chapter. Chapter 449. Han Fei had guessed whether Tango would also come to the level 3 fishery to gain experience. However, he didn't expect that they would meet in this way under such circumstances. At this time, although Tango was only a 15-year-old boy, he was 8 meters tall. His once young and tender face was now a little more square, with a hint of fortitude. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder if this guy's food was too good. From the looks of it, it was a body of muscles. Although he hadn't developed into a bodybuilder's pectoral muscles, he didn't look like a 15-year-old boy at all. Beside Tango was a girl of the same age. The girl had a little baby fat, but her eyes were calm at this moment. At this moment, she was adding a set of spiritual clothes to Tango and herself, and at the same time, she stepped on a speed array. She was actually a spirit gatherer. Besides, according to Han Fei's judgment, judging from the proficiency of this girl who had just stepped on a speed array, her attainments in arrays seemed to be better than his. After all, he couldn't step on a speed array with one foot. Tango, holding a halberd taller than a man and wearing a gilded battle suit, was watching this scene coldly. "Chao Cho, why did you make things difficult for your classmate?" When Chao Cho saw Tango, he shrank his head. I didn't make things difficult for them. It was those 5 bastards who chased me and tried to rob my sea-swallowing seashell. Only then did we resist." Chao Cho tried hard to straighten his chest, showing a matter-of-fact look. However, in Han Fei's opinion, he was clearly scared, wasn't he? The girl next to Tango complained, "Chao Cho, you usually take advantage of your brother and rob a lot of things. You should return some to them." In the spirit forbidden net, the girl shouted, "Sister Muling, we didn't want to rob him. It was he who robbed us of a high-quality spiritual weapon." Next to her, a boy echoed, "Yes, we just borrowed some resources from him. When we get to the sect, we will definitely borrow some from him." Chao Cho immediately put his hands on his waist and said to the boy in the spirit forbidden net, "Who told you to hit me? If you didn't hit me, how could I rob your spiritual weapon? I don't care about a high-quality spiritual weapon. I can give it back to you." With that, Chao Cho threw out an ancient sword. However, before the ancient sword flew 10 meters away, a fishing hook extended over. The picture changed, and Han Fei was holding a fishing rod and playing with the ancient sword. "I'm just a passerby. Chao Cho, you can't just throw away the loot you stole." Suddenly, Han Fei received Chao Cho's voice transmission in his head. "Give it to him. Give it to him. You have no idea how fierce this Tango is. In the entire school, he was the only one who dared to hit me in front of my brother. Yes, in front of my sister." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Shut up. You're embarrassing yourself." Tango looked at Han Fei. For some reason, he felt that Han Fei looked familiar. But judging from their disguises, one was a ferocious ghost and the other a ghost. They were obviously not good people. Instantly, his expression became even colder. Tango said coldly, "Put it down and get lost." Han Fei was still smiling, but Xia Shaochan was not afraid of trouble. Her eyes were also cold. "Say it again." Tango repeated expressionlessly, "Get lost. I'll stab you to death." Xia Shaochan was furious. She couldn't stand Tang Ge's expression. She was about to attack, but Han Fei pulled her back. Han Fei secretly said to her, "Don't be angry. Don't be angry. He's one of us." Xia Shaochan was stunned. "Huh? What do you mean by one of us? I've never seen him. Is he Zhang Xuanyu?" "Yes, Quang can't be so tall and thin. But Zhang Xuanyu is not so strong." Han Fei spoke to Xia Xiaochan telepathically for a while, and Xia Xiaochan's expression changed several times. She looked at Han Fei in disbelief. Why can't I tell that you are brothers? Han Fei smiled and said, What if I don't put it down? Tang Gu raised the halberd with one hand and said indifferently, Die. Just when Han Fei was about to say something, he saw another figure dashing over. He took a closer look. Who else could it be but Wang Zitian? Wang Zitian's attention was not on the 5 people tied up by Han Fei, but on Tang Gu, and at the same time, a strong fighting spirit burst out from him. Humph, Tang Gu said coldly. One is Chao Chio Chio, one is 2 swords, and 2 are unorthodox. Is there anyone else? Call them out together. Han Fei was speechless. Tang Gu was a bit arrogant now. Xia Xiaochan and I are so awesome, but he thinks we are unorthodox? Xia Xiaochan also said, Your brother seems a bit arrogant. Han Fei responded awkwardly. Ah ha, arrogant. He must be pretending. Xia Xiaochan looked at Han Fei strangely. Are you sure? Han Fei took 2 steps forward and said, Chao Chio Chio, Wang Zitian, you can go to the next floor. Hey, Tang Gu, do you want to fight one-on-one? Everyone. Chao Chio Chio said, Are you crazy? This guy is the same as my brother. Do you want to fight one-on-one with him? Wang Zitian also said, Idiot, do you want to die? The few people trapped in the spirit forbidden net widened their eyes in disbelief. Is there something wrong with this person's brain? Puff. Fan Datong, right? If you want to fight one-on-one with Tang Gu, you will be defeated even if there are 2 more of you. The girl who was pulled by Han Fei said angrily, You are dead. Tang Gu will definitely beat your hat crooked. Han Fei pointed at the girl with a kitchen knife and said, Shut up, believe it or not. I will beat your mouth crooked first. The girl's momentum stagnated. Thinking of Han Fei's fierce look just now, she couldn't help but snort. Han Fei said, Hey, I'll give you a chance. If you win, these people will belong to you. If you lose, give me your swallowing seashell. Mu Ling, who was standing next to Tang Gu, couldn't help glancing at Tang Gu next to her and then at Han Fei. She couldn't help but deactivate the speed array and stood aside with interest. Then she said to Chao Chio Chio, Chio Chio, if your sister finds out that you cheated your classmates again, she will definitely punish you. Chao Chio Chio pouted and said, I didn't cheat my classmates. They cheated me. Seeing the 2 of them chatting next to each other, Tang Gu responded lightly, Okay. Han Fei pouted. Let's go. Find a place where there is no one. However, Tang Gu didn't move. Right here. Han Fei's heart trembled. Tang Gu should be afraid that something would happen here after he left. If it were him, he would probably have the same concern. Han Fei smiled and said, Okay, then let's do it here. This time, Han Fei put away the blood-drinking knife and the whetstone. In the next second, the spiritual energy under Han Fei's feet burst out, and his figure shot out like a sharp arrow. His speed was so fast and fierce that Xia Xiaochan was stunned. However, Xia Xiaochan knew what he was going to do just now. Han Fei was taking this battle very seriously. In fact, Han Fei couldn't help but be a little curious in his heart. How much has Tang Gu grown now? At the moment when Han Fei jumped out, the seawater where he had been standing directly burst open and bubbles rolled. Wang Zitian was slightly surprised. What a strong force. Tang Gu just frowned slightly and then waved the halberd with one hand. 3 halos on his arm were pushed to the halberd with great force. Clang, the seawater directly exploded, and the rod and halberd collided, directly colliding into a huge water ball and exploding in all directions. The power of this one strike directly set off layers of waves stacked on top of one another. Except for the people in the 6-gate formation, the others were forced to retreat more than 100 meters away. Mu Ling exclaimed, Huh? This guy in black clothes is so strong. Tang Gu took half a step back and slightly bent his feet. Han Fei also took half a step back, really horrified. He always felt that his growth was already terrifying enough. Who knew that Tang Ge was not weaker than him at all? Even when he used the embroidery needle, they were only evenly matched in strength. Xia Shaochan stood on the side holding the rod, tilting her little head, and didn't look surprised at all. When Chao Qiu saw this scene, he immediately straightened his back. Humph, of course. Don't you know who found these allies? Mu Ling rolled her eyes at him. You think you can? Don't tell me you can lead them to the 200th floor? Chao Qiu retorted, Why not? They were still watching the battle. Han Fei and Tang Ge were already locked in a fierce battle. Maybe the news outside said that Han Fei was good at using the million knife art, the 9-star chain, the water-dividing seal, etc. But only Xia Shaochan knew that at the very beginning, Han Fei had always been a pure soul warrior. In the chaotic battle, he was even more outstanding. At this moment, Han Fei fully activated the shadow swimming art, and the speed of his rod was getting faster and faster. Because of the fierce force, every time the embroidery needle collided with the halberd, a water vortex would burst out. The long rod in Han Fei's hand was like a spear, and he didn't need any help to launch the spiral strike. At this moment, with one stab, he broke through 3 layers of water barriers. Tang Ji's fighting technique was very powerful, and circles of power halos gushed out from the halberd one after another, like countless circles superimposed on the halberd. After 100 moves, Tang Ge put his other hand on the halberd, which made Han Fei's eyes narrow. Oh my, is it finally going to be real? Chao Qiu immediately said to Han Fei, Be careful, this is the strongest halberd technique of the Heavenly Sword sect. With 3 halberds, you can kill dragons and snakes. Don't resist it head-on. The author said, The surprise I'm talking about is not adding more chapters, but Tang Ge has appeared. When the time comes, I will add chapters. Well, end of this chapter. Chapter 450. Reminded by Chao Qiu, Han Fei didn't dare to be careless. He channeled 2/3 of his spiritual energy into the embroidery needle and waved the long rod as if it was flying. Rumble! Han Fei felt that he had smashed into a meteorite falling from the sky. Whether in speed or strength, it was not weaker than him at all. Han Fei was swept 70 or 80 meters away by the halberd, and his hand was torn. Chao Qiu said in surprise, I caught it. I caught it. Wang Zetian was lost in thought. How could he catch it? How strong was Han Fei's physique? Hiss! For Han Fei, this result was beyond his expectation. His blow, which contained nearly 70% of his spiritual energy, was completely suppressed? The best halberd technique? TSK, the big sects are really different. I'm afraid you can't find a combat skill of this level in the library of the Thug Academy. A hint of interest flashed in Tang Ji's eyes. Not bad. You are very strong in both strength and speed. Han Fei shook his arms and chuckled. You are not bad either. Tang Ji's face changed slightly, and dozens of red flowing lines spread out on his arms. Then use all your strength. Let's see if you are qualified to keep the people of my Heavenly Sword sect here. Seeing that Han Fei's physique was abnormally strong, Tang Ge didn't seem to want to fight anymore. After all, if he couldn't completely defeat Han Fei with 3 halberds, he would be exhausted. In this case, he decided to use his strongest move directly. Dragon, Soul, Overlord Body. Beside Tang Ge, waves surged like a roll. Behind the layers of seawater, there seemed to be a huge phantom of an azure dragon emerging. And Tang Ji's muscles also swelled up. The momentum gave Han Fei the feeling that he had directly surpassed the level of a peak-level dangling fisher and was about to reach the level of a hanging fisher. Han Fei's face changed slightly. White dragon feather lobster. Tang Ji's spiritual beast, legendary. It was hard to say what was the difference between the legendary and the mysterious level. But judging from the 9-star chain of the 9-tailed mantis shrimp and the heavenly thunderstrike of little gold, It seemed that all the creatures at this level had their own advantages. The power that Tang Ji's white dragon feather lobster gave him seemed to be more like a secret method, unlike the supreme yin-yang wheel of Little Black and Little White, which increased their own combat power. Majestic mystic spell. Han Fei grinned, and billowing energy flowed on the surface of his body. The powerful impact of the energy made his body slightly red. Fight! Kill! In an instant, the two of them turned into two afterimages, flashing and moving in the water. Clang, clang, clang. When the rod and halberd collided, they only created a whirlpool of water. Then, at this moment, when their powers collided, the weapons bounced off, and the waves turned into incomparably tyrannical water pillars. Chow Chiao, who was cheering in the front, was knocked down by a water column and sent flying dozens of meters away. Wow, he's so strong! Wang Zetian's eyes were full of fighting spirit, but no one knew who it was. When he fought with Han Fei before, he still felt that Han Fei was a cunning and sneaky type. However, at this moment, he had already regarded Han Fei as an extremely powerful opponent. At least, he hadn't seen many people who could compete with Tang Go in terms of strength. Mu Ling knew Tang Go very well. At this moment, she watched Han Fei's figure moving in the water. The chaotic battle and dodging technique, that strange and astonishing range of his body, that ability to dodge by a hair's breadth, all of it shocked her. Both Mu Ling and Xia Shaochan seemed to be slightly surprised. These two people seemed to be a bit similar in terms of body movements. Xia Shaochan noticed this because Han Fei had just secretly told her about it. But Mu Ling noticed this completely because she knew Tang Go well. On the contrary, in the six-gate formation and the spirit forbidden net, the five people widened their eyes in shock. Gulp! Someone gritted his teeth. This person tied with Tang Ji's dragon soul, overlord body. The little girl was dumbfounded. How is it possible? In the battle, Tang Ge felt that something was wrong. Han Fei's body movement was even more flexible than his. That weird and inhuman dodging posture, that body that was still absorbing spiritual energy from the outside world in the battle, always gave him a very familiar feeling. At this moment, Han Fei stuck close to the halberd, his body almost parallel to the ground, seemed to narrowly avoid Tang Ji's attack and circled to Tang Ji's back. The embroidery needle stabbed back. Without looking back, Tang Go turned the halberd from his right hand to his left hand, blocked it backhandedly, and at the same time hit back with his right elbow. Once again, the two of them were knocked back. However, after Han Fei used the majestic mystic spell, he didn't use his full strength. According to his calculation, Tang Ji's dragon soul overlord body directly pushed his strength more than twice, less than 3 times. Tang Ge frowned slightly. You seem to be holding back. Han Fei grinned. Why do you think so? Tang Ji's face was still cold. Up to now, you haven't used the power of your spiritual beast, nor have you attached a contractual spiritual beast to your body. Han Fei asked, didn't you use it too? Tang Ge shook his head. I used the power of my spiritual beast, and you seem to have used some kind of secret method. If we continue to fight, my strength will disappear in a moment, and you. Secret methods can't be endless. The energy in your body seems to be consumed violently. I don't think you can hold on for long. Han Fei smiled and suddenly said in a one-way voice transmission, not bad. It seems that you haven't stayed in the 1,000-star city for nothing in the past 2 years. Both your strength and eyesight have improved a lot. What? I've used the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing for so long. Don't you feel it? Han Fei? Tang Ji's eyes widened and the water around him surged. His eyes were full of disbelief. Han Fei hurriedly said to him, don't get excited. Don't expose yourself. I'm now disguised as Fan Datong, and I'm playing a heinous bad guy. Let the people of your sect go out first. Tang Ge thought of something. Although he was extremely excited, he still suppressed this mood. He had wanted to find an opportunity to go to the Heavenly Water Village more than once. However, since he entered the Thousand-Star City, he had been in various trials. This time he came to the Level 3 fishery. He planned to find a dragon boat and go to the Heavenly Water Village after leaving the steps into the sea. However, he didn't expect to meet Han Fei here, on the 198th floor of the steps into the sea. Besides, after the battle just now, he found that Han Fei's strength was so terrifying. Even with the Dragon Soul Overlord body, he couldn't defeat Han Fei. Han Fei suddenly smiled and said, "Hey, you're strong. But if you keep fighting like this, you'll only have a 50% chance of winning. I'll let your people go, but they have to leave the steps into the sea." Tang Ge pretended to be silent for a few seconds. "Okay," Han Fei said, "Master Hexagon, come back." The six-gate formation disappeared. Chao Chio was surprised. "Fan Datong, you really let them go?" Before Han Fei spoke, Mu Ling next to Chao Chio put a hand on his head. "Otherwise, do you want to kill your fellow disciples?" Chao Chio snorted, put away the spirit-gathering network, and muttered, "I'm not familiar with them." As soon as the 5 people came out, as soon as their strength recovered, they put on a fighting posture, fused with their spiritual beasts, and attached with their contractual spiritual beasts. This time, they didn't dare to hold back at all. However, Tang Ge waved his halberd. "Get out, Tang Ge. Boss Tang, this man is too much. How can we let him go?" Tang Ge glanced at them, and the 5 people were immediately discouraged. They glared at Han Fei hatefully, and then their bodies gradually faded away. Han Fei looked at Chao Chio. "You go to the next floor first." Wang Zetian frowned. "Do you still want to fight?" Han Fei twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "Why? Do you still want to watch?" Wang Zetian snorted, and his body faded away and disappeared. Chao Chio looked around. "Still fighting? Isn't it all over?" Tang Ge glanced at Chao Chio coldly. "Go down." Chao Chio shrank his body, pouted, and looked at Han Fei. "Then finish it quickly. If you can't win, go down. We still have a lot of things to do." With that, Chao Chio's body also began to fade. Xia Shaochan glanced at Mu Ling. "Hey, let's go." Mu Ling frowned and asked, "What are you going to do?" Tang Ge shook his head slightly. "I have some ideas about cultivation that need to be confirmed." Mu Ling said, "This person is very dangerous. He is not weak." Tang Ge shook his head lightly. "It doesn't matter." Xia Shaochan glanced at Han Fei. "This floor is almost cleaned up, but there should be more people. Be careful." Han Fei smiled faintly. "Don't worry." With that, Han Fei pulled Master Hexagon off his body and threw it to Xia Shaochan. "Let it follow you." Xia Shaochan glanced at it in disgust. "You can only hang on my shoulder, not my leg." Hexagon starfish. After Xia Shaochan and Mu Ling left, Han Fei's face was twisting, and some energy and spiritual energy were dissipating. Seeing Han Fei's face, Tang Ge, who had been keeping a straight face, suddenly grinned, and the corners of his mouth became wider and wider. The two looked at each other and gave each other a big hug. Tang Ge smiled innocently. "Brat, I never thought I would meet you here. What's going on with you now? How did you become an intermediate dangling fisher in the blink of an eye? Also, didn't Feng Zhe give you the spirit-gathering art? How did you become a soul warrior? And why did you pretend to be this Fan Datong? What an ugly name. Who gave it to you? What happened to Li Ju after I left? Tell me." Han Fei punched Tang Ge in the chest. "Little girl, as soon as we met, you couldn't stop talking. You have to let me tell you, slowly." Tang Ge smiled foolishly again. Yes, no hurry, no hurry. Take your time. First update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Cell phone website. Chapter 451. Just like this, The two sat on the ground on the steps into the sea. Han Fei talked about his experience in the past 2 years. There were ups and downs, but there were also great opportunities. Tang Ji's face changed from joy to anger. For example, when he heard that Li Ju had recovered quickly, his face changed at that time. Of course, the story Han Fei told had to be half true and half false. He took it for granted. For example, the venerable who taught him the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing appeared again. Seeing that he was doing well, he also gave him the full set of the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies. Another example was that old Jiang in the plantation was a hidden, peerless master. There was no need for Han Fei to hide these things at all. Then, with old Jiang, Han Fei naturally became a student of the 4th Academy of the Blue Sea Town. In Tang Ji's opinion, the next 2 years might be the happiest period of Han Fei's life. The teachers in the school were so good, the students were so awesome, and the experience was so strict. As for strength, Han Fei tested it as a wasted spiritual heritage. In fact, this was not the case. This was actually an extremely rare, growth-type spirit vein. Hearing this, Tang Ge was stunned. A growth spiritual heritage? This was definitely a rare, super spiritual heritage. Immediately, Tang Ge said excitedly, "Good, good, good. Wait for me. When I go back this time, I will go to my master. With your talent, there is absolutely no problem for you to enter the Heavenly Sword sect." Han Fei interrupted directly, "Come on. I won't go. My Thug Academy is no worse than your Heavenly Sword sect." Tang Ge wondered, "Is the Thug Academy really so strong?" Han Fei nodded matter-of-factly. "Of course, I'm not bragging. Last time, I killed a member of the Sun family in the Thousand Star City. Then his father specially came to the Level 2 fishery from the Thousand Star City to kill me." Tang Ge was furious. "Really? ***starred the Sun family, right? I'll remember it." Han Fei was amused. "Why do you have to remember that? That guy was so strong, even stronger than a hidden fisher. But what happened? He was slapped away by our principal." Tang Ji's eyes widened. "Really? Even stronger than a hidden fisher?" That was already the realm of a law enforcement officer. A law enforcer was a high-ranking official who maintained the law and order of a region. In that case, your principal is actually a reclusive law enforcement officer? Even in the Thousand Star City, there aren't many of them. Han Fei was slightly taken aback. In this case, Old Bai was probably really a very powerful person. However, Han Fei said casually, "Don't worry. I'm doing well in the Thug Academy. Look, they aren't inferior to your Heavenly Sword sect, right? In the future, I'll go to the Thousand Star City if I have the chance. Right, let's not talk about this. How are you? What did you experience after you were taken away by Fang Zhe?" Tang Ge chuckled. "What can I do? Fang Zhe is actually a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect who is traveling in the outside world, and he can be considered as my senior brother. After I went to the Thousand Star City, he took me to be his disciple. After that, he spent his time in secret realms and battles. I came to the Level 3 fishery this time because I became an advanced dangling fisher and was released. It was said that I would not be released until I became a peak-level dangling fisher. Fortunately, my junior sister coaxed and pestered my master, so I was released in advance." Han Fei nudged Tang Ge with his shoulder and said sneakily, "Is it that girl just now? Are you in love?" Cough. "No. No." Han Fei smiled cunningly. "What are you afraid of? I think she's not bad. She's a spirit gatherer. She should be very good at a raise and can teach Chao Chiu a lesson. She should come from a rich family. It's not a loss to marry her. I have high hopes for you." Tang Ge blushed. "No, no. Linger is just my junior sister." Han Fei patted Tang Ji's shoulder with one hand. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Ling, look how intimate you are. It seems that this matter is settled. A man has to find a girlfriend." Tang Ge shrugged awkwardly. "By the way, the one in white just now," Han Fei grinned. My little wife. It's not that I'm bragging, but I teach her a lesson every day. She's so obedient now. Tang Ge. Then, just now, you seem to be pulled by the ear. Han Fei blushed slightly. Cough, cough. You don't understand. This is called fun. When your relationship with Miss Ling goes further, you will understand. Well, do you want me to teach you some of my experience? Let me tell you. Blah blah. More than an hour later, Han Fei and Tang Ge still felt the same as when they were in the Heavenly Water Village, and they didn't feel estranged at all. This was also because of their strength. The two bragged for a long time, and Tang Ge smiled in surprise. Han Fei, you seem to have changed a lot and become more cheerful. Han Fei smiled slightly. Of course, since I know that my spiritual heritage is a growth spiritual heritage. Of course I don't feel any pressure anymore. Let's stop talking about this. Are there many people from your Heavenly Sword sect on the 199th floor? Tang Ge was taken aback. Not too many. This time, there are not many people from the Heavenly Sword sect. There are some on the next floor, but victory and defeat are common in battles in the fishery. However, you'd better not kill them, or there will be many unknown consequences. Han Fei nodded lightly. I see. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Tang Ge changed the topic at this moment. So, the Sun family has actually been hunting you. Han Fei nodded. Yes, I was a little defeated before. However, after the sea grassland, it won't be so easy for them to kill me again. Tang Ge nodded slightly. Some time ago, I saw Sun Mu and the others go to the lower floor. At this moment, they should be on the 200th or 201st floor. Let's go. If they dare to hurt my brother, I will go with you to deal with them. Han Fei grabbed Tang Ge and said, Wait a minute, don't worry about me and Sun Mu. They can't do anything to me, and I know what I'm doing. Tang Ge immediately shook his head. How can I ignore them? There are at least dozens of times more people on the 200th floor than on the 198th floor. Most of the people who can continue to go down are concentrated there. No matter how strong you are now, how many people can you beat with the secret method just now? Han Fei shook his head and said, Are the disciples of the big sects in the 1,000-star city all on the same side? Don't worry. I will take action according to the situation. But you can't be exposed. Tang Ge said coldly, Do you think I will watch you fight alone and stay out of it? Han Fei smiled bitterly. I'm not alone. I still have Xia Shaochan. Besides, isn't that Wang Zitian also my teammate? Tang Ge still shook his head. Wang Zitian is not weak, but none of Sun Mu's people are weak. Wang Zitian may be able to deal with one of them one-on-one, but he will definitely lose one-on-two. As for Chao Qiu, he has no combat experience. It was fine for him to invent and create some gadgets, but you want him to fight with others? I think we should call it that. Han Fei bared his teeth. He had noticed this a long time ago. Although Chao Qiu's equipment was luxurious, his strength was almost negligible. Han Fei pondered for a moment and asked, Can Mu Ling be absolutely trusted? Tang Ge paused for a moment and then nodded with certainty. Yes. Han Fei nodded. Okay, if you really want to join my side to fight, you must not be the current you. With that, Han Fei threw a jade slip to Tang Ge. This is the 1,000 Faces technique, a demon level, divine quality disguise technique, which I accidentally obtained in a secret realm. Don't take action if you can. If you have to take action in the future, learn it first. If you can absolutely trust Mu Ling, give this jade slip to her. Demon level divine quality? Tang Ge was shocked. A demon level high quality combat skill was already very rare. It could be said that in a place like the town it was hard to find a demon level high quality combat skill, let alone a divine quality one. There were many demon level high quality combat skills in the 1,000-star city. However, when it came to divine quality, this was unheard of. But Tang Ge shook his head slightly and said, It's useless, even if I use the disguise technique. My fighting style will be easily recognized. Han Fei thought about it and realized that it did make sense. Not everyone had so many ultra-quality combat skills like him. Oh, right. Han Fei took out another jade slip. This is the 108 Spirit-Absorbing War Bodies, an upgraded version of the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing. Take it. Tang Ji's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly refused. No, absolutely not. I can't take what the Venerable gave you. I can learn the incomplete version, but if I learn the whole version, I may annoy the Venerable. At that time, he may expel you. Han Fei pushed Brother Tang's hand away. Just take it. The Venerable didn't accept me as a disciple. He didn't care much about this combat skill. In fact, this is not much different from the incomplete version. It just makes the physique combat skill a little more perfect and can absorb spiritual energy in battle. So it's nothing special. You'll know when you learn it. Tang hesitated. But no buts. We are brothers. How can I argue with you about this? Didn't I drink all your swallowed spirit soup back then? That's different. That's just swallowed spirit soup. Han Fei shook his head. No, it's very important. If it weren't for the swallowed spirit soup, who knows if I would have become who I am now. Second update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Cell phone website. Chapter 452. In fact, Han Fei didn't have anything more to give Tango. Perhaps because the indestructible body was too powerful, even though the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies was a demon-level, divine-quality combat skill. Han Fei didn't feel its power. After all the limelight was stolen by the indestructible body. As for the Thousand Faces technique, it was just a disguise technique. From a practical point of view, it was actually more commonly used than the 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies, although it didn't help with the improvement of strength. With this thing, a person's survivability could be improved many times. As the saying went, no one knew what would happen in the future. Even though Tango looked powerful now and could intimidate his classmates with a glance, no one was invincible. However, no one was invincible, and it might come in handy in the future. Han Fei couldn't catch up with Tango for too long. As Chao Chiu said, on these floors, the lower they went, the more difficult it was, and the more people there were. It was actually not easy to clean them up completely, especially on the 200th floor. To be honest, Han Fei was thinking, should I expose my true identity? After all, without the nine-tailed mantis shrimp and little gold, his strength was actually reduced. At this moment, fortunately, Han Fei had the Majestic Mystic spell to support him. As Tango said, the Majestic Mystic spell consumed a lot of energy. From the previous hot pot meal until now, the energy dissipated, and there was not much left. If he wanted to use it again, he would have to eat spiritual fruits or have a big meal. At this moment, Han Fei said, let's go down. See you on the 200th floor. I should be able to deal with the 199th floor by myself. Tango asked, are you going to continue robbing them? Han Fei grinned. Of course. I came to the steps into the sea this time to look for opportunities, not to fight with Chao Chiu against the children of the big clans. If I can rob them, it's okay, but if I can't, of course, I won't fight them stupidly. I will go directly to the 201st floor. Tango nodded solemnly. Okay. However, it is said that the difficulty of the 201st floor will soar. Some people say that it is very, very difficult. Even Chao Chiu's brother, who had experienced the steps into the sea many times, only made it to the 208th floor last time. But my master told me that it's actually not as difficult as I thought. He also said that if it was me, I might even be able to clear the 250th floor. Han Fei's eyes flickered, and he kept it in mind. I know. All right, don't be so wishy-washy. Go down. As Tang Ji's body faded, Han Fei didn't go to the 199th floor immediately. Instead, he flashed into Forge the Universe. With Xia Xiaochan's ability, she was probably the only one who could beat others on the 199th floor. Besides, Master Hexagon Starfish's six-gate formation was still there. It was impossible for an ordinary person to hurt her. In Forge the Universe, Han Fei spent more than half an hour cooking for himself. After all, he had consumed too much energy just now. Half an hour later, when Han Fei appeared on the 199th floor, he didn't see anyone else. However, the seawater was shaking, and the source was not the same. It seemed that there was a battle going on in multiple places. Han Fei chose to go to the place closest to him. When he arrived, he found that Wang Zitian was fighting 3 disciples of the major sects alone. However, this time the disciples of the major sects didn't seem to be from the Heavenly Sword sect, because their uniforms were different. And among these people, some used hammers and some used armor boxes. At this moment, Wang Zitian didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. However, this battle seemed to have lasted for a long time. Both sides seemed to have consumed a lot of spiritual energy, and no one gained the upper hand. Seeing that Han Fei had arrived, Wang Zitian breathed a sigh of relief. "Help me." When the 3 people on the opposite side saw that Wang Zitian and Han Fei knew each other, their faces changed slightly. Retreat. However, neither Wang Zitian nor Han Fei would give them a chance to retreat. Wang Zitian brandished his sword, and the sword qi swirled around him. Han Fei took the opportunity to attack. The embroidery needle slashed the seawater backward, and spiritual energy burst out. The 3 of them were in a stalemate. At this moment, Han Fei, who was even more powerful than Wang Zitian, joined the battle. In less than 2 minutes, he was knocked to the ground by Han Fei. Han Fei held the whetstone in his left hand and the embroidery needle in his right hand, shouting, "I'm here to rob you, not to kill you. Hand over your swallowing seashells." Hearing Han Fei's words, Wang Zitian couldn't help but glanced to the side, thinking to himself, "This man is so shameless. Why does he look like he's proud of himself for robbing others? Wang Zitian and this guy in black will remember you." Han Fei smiled faintly. "Please remember me. I really hope to rob you again." Wang Zitian put away his sword and looked at Han Fei. Who won? What Wang Zitian cared about was the battle between Han Fei and Tango. Of course, he didn't know that Han Fei and Tango were brothers and they were just catching up. So this guy was still full of expectations. Han Fei smiled slightly. "I didn't lose or win. That Tango is really strong." "Huh, you actually tied with Tango?" Han Fei shrugged. "You don't believe me? Humph." Wang Zitian snorted. "I'm going to find Chao Chiu Chiu." With that, Wang Zitian slipped away. To tell the truth, it was not that he didn't believe it, but he was already shocked. Those who hadn't fought with Tang didn't know how terrifying that guy was. Once he had a good time, he could even go berserk. At his peak, he couldn't even catch a single halberd strike from him. His strength could be imagined. But at this moment, this temporary comrade actually tied with Tango? What did this mean? This guy hid his strength too well. It was definitely more than what he had shown now. Wang Zitian left, and Han Fei naturally wouldn't stay either. He immediately swam to the next battlefield. However, this time, Han Fei still didn't see Xia Xiaochan. This seemed to be a battle between the disciples of 2 major sections. In total, there were a total of 9 people fighting. One side had 5 people, and the other side had 4 people. Since everyone's strength was about the same, the side with 5 people obviously had an advantage. And on the side of 4 people, 3 people had been injured and were just struggling at this moment. When Han Fei arrived, the 4 people immediately shouted, "Brother, help us fight. If we win, their swallowing seashells will belong to you." And on the side of the 5 people, someone said, "Brother, don't make a mistake." Han Fei smiled faintly. "Make a mistake? Ha! Hey, let me help you." As soon as Han Fei took action, he slashed down with a brick. The blood-drinking knife emitted a cold knife light, and the first slash injured a person and broke the person's high-quality spiritual weapon. The 5 people's faces changed drastically. "Asshole, which sect are you from?" Han Fei said, "I am from the chief disciple of the sect you've never thought of. My name is Fan Datong, and this is the first time I've come out. Please enlighten me." Han Fei didn't care about bragging at all. "If you don't have a sect, I'll make up one. If you don't have an identity, I'll make it up again. Anyway, when you know who I am, you won't be able to find me." "Chief disciple? You want to be the chief disciple?" Some hunters disdained him and rushed forward stealthily. As a result, he was knocked to the ground by Han Fei's rod in the blink of an eye. "You're shameless. You used a knife." Han Fei was speechless. "Are you stupid? I use both knives and sticks, but do I need to tell you? Are you out of your mind?" Seeing that Han Fei had injured one and killed one, the 4 people who were at a disadvantage immediately fought back. After half an hour, the 5 people were all knocked to the ground, and they reluctantly handed over their swallowing seashells. Because 3 of these 4 people were seriously injured, and seeing that Han Fei was extremely strong, they didn't break their promise to Han Fei and really gave all 5 swallowing seashells to Han Fei. This scene stunned Han Fei. Damn, this is the first time in the level 3 fishery, isn't it? He thought these people wouldn't give them to him. At that time, he could teach these 4 people a lesson, but they gave them to him. What could he do? "Brother, we will never break our promise to you." Han Fei silently took the swallowing seashells, suddenly raised his head, and looked at these people. "Is this the first time you've come to the level 3 fishery?" They paused for a moment and then nodded. "Yes, it's the first time I left the sect and I came directly to the steps into the sea. Didn't you?" Han Fei. Suddenly, Han Fei said, "Then do you want me to help you understand the rules of the level 3 fishery?" A girl asked curiously, "What are the rules of the level 3 fishery?" Han Fei said lightly, "Don't trust strangers. So, hand over your swallowing seashells, okay?" Everyone. After a while, the 4 people lay on the ground. The girl shouted in grief and indignation, "You're shameless!" Han Fei tilted his head. "How can I be shameless? Learn from your mistakes. I'm teaching you. Don't kill me. I am the black ghost of the black and white ghosts, and my name is Fan Datong. You will thank me in the future, because others won't spare your lives." Chapter 453. Less than an hour after entering the 199th floor, Han Fei got 12 swallowing seashells. He had to admit that the people from the big sects were really of different levels. Since the 197th floor, the swallowing seashells that Han Fei got in the worst condition could be sacrificed twice on the 199th floor. Among the 12 swallowing seashells that he got just now, Han Fei actually found 3 soul crystals. Han Fei immediately absorbed them, and after a few minutes, all 3 soul crystals disappeared. When Han Fei opened his eyes, the look in his eyes was very strange. He remembered the 8th, 9th, and 10th pieces of the God-scaring painting. However, this time, Han Fei found that his perception range didn't increase at all. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that he seemed to have discovered a big secret. He felt that if he continued to absorb soul crystals, he might be different from others. Others relied on soul crystals to improve their perception range, but he was different. He cultivated with the God-scaring painting. Unfortunately, Han Fei had no soul crystals in his hands, so he couldn't confirm his conjecture, so he could only continue to rob. After half an hour, Han Fei found another battlefield. This time, it was not people fighting against people, but people fighting against the summoned sea creatures. After robbing, Han Fei didn't find any soul crystals, so he continued to rush to the next battlefield. After sweeping through 5 or 6 people in a row, Han Fei didn't see Xia Shaochan or Tenga. However, he managed to snatch another soul crystal. This time, Han Fei sat on the ground and immediately absorbed the soul crystal. However, the problem this time didn't become simple. In his mind, the God-scaring painting was still complicated, full of lines, and beautiful. However, when Han Fei tried to remember the 11th small picture, the sense of clarity only existed for a short while. When the soul crystals were consumed, he had no impression of the 11th small picture at all, and his mind was in a blur. I didn't remember the picture, but why hasn't my perception range increased at all? Han Fei frowned. It shouldn't be like this. As Chao Chiu said, after reaching 500 meters, he needed 10 times the number of soul crystals to expand his perception range by another 50 meters. Even if that's true, I should be able to expand by 5 meters after using a soul crystal, right? But no, not even 0.01 meters. On the contrary, Han Fei seemed to have hit a bottleneck. Hiss! Could it be that soul energy is also divided into different realms? Without the soul crystals, Han Fei couldn't speculate. He was about to continue robbing when he saw Xia Shaochan swimming over with Chao Chiu. Han Fei! Han Fei looked at Chao Chiu in shock and asked in surprise, What's wrong? Xia Shaochan snorted. What can I do? This guy was completely useless. I couldn't beat them at the front, and I couldn't handle them alone, so I ran away with him. Han Fei couldn't help but smile. I can't beat them. Are there many people ahead? Xia Shaochan nodded. 12. There are suddenly a lot more people on this floor. Those 12 people seem to have come from the same place. I can't beat him alone. This guy is like a turtle shell, he won't budge. Chao Chiu complained. I can't beat them either. I told you to run. Xia Shaochan glared at Chao Chiu angrily. Run, run, run. All you know is to run. Since I first met you, you have been running away. You haven't had a serious fight. Chao Chiu stretched his neck and said, I can't beat them, and they can't break my defense. I have to save my ultimate skill for the 200th floor. If I use it now, I won't have any more ultimate skills. Han Fei chuckled. Do you still have any ultimate skills? Chao Chiu nodded. Of course. Although I am a little weaker than you in battle, you don't have to rely on brute force to beat people. Han Fei was speechless. Are you going to blow up the 200th floor? Chao Chiu rolled his eyes. How is that possible? How can I do that kind of uncreative thing? I do want to blow it up, but how can I blow up such a big place? Han Fei's face darkened. Fine, I don't care what ultimate skills you have, but there are 12 people. It seems that I still have to use the majestic mystic spell. Han Fei felt that he'd better keep his energy. On the bottom of the sea, there might not be so many opportunities to cook. Han Fei looked at Xia Shaochan. Do you still want more spiritual fruits? Xia Shaochan shook her head. No, I have enough. Chao Chiu said excitedly, Are we going back now? Han Fei glanced at Chao Chiu contemptuously. Go back? There are 12 people on the other side, and they are not ordinary. Which one of them is not stronger than an ordinary peak-level dangling fisher? Why do you want us to go alone? Chao Chiu's mouth trembled. Of course. You can even tie with Tanga. What's the big deal about fighting 12 people? You know, guys at my brother's level and Tang Ji's level have all fought against 100 people alone. No, wait a minute, Han Fei swallowed. What did you say? Xia Shaochan also didn't believe it. How is it possible to fight 100 people alone? No matter how strong he is, can he challenge 100 strong people of the same level? Chao Chiu raised his head and said, Not the same level, but a higher level. Impossible. Han Fei and Xia Shaochan were stunned. A higher level challenge and 100 people alone? Are you *king kidding me? Chao Chiu put his hands behind his back. Why is it impossible? They have done it. It was to throw them into a secret realm with a circumference of at most 1,000 miles and have 100 people surround and hunt one person. So far, 101 people have completed it in the past 100 years. The 100th is my brother, and the 101st is Tanga. What do you think? Han Fei and Xia Shaochan breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Xia Shaochan rolled her eyes. Next time you speak, make it clear to me. I thought it was a one-on-one fight. I was scared to death. Han Fei shook his head slightly. It's not that simple. Don't forget, it's 100 people hunting one person. Maybe the people hunting will be separated, but they will definitely be in groups of 3 or 5 or even more. Chao Chio nodded. Yes, but it's still very powerful. I think you can do it too, because there are 2 of you. Han Fei, Xia Shaochan. Xia Shaochan couldn't help but show a trace of hope and looked at Han Fei. Why don't we have a try? Han Fei rolled his eyes. Try what? Let me tell you a truth today. If you can fight one-on-one, don't fight as a group. If you can fight as a group, don't fight one-on-one. Xia Shaochan asked, but can't Brother Tang and the others do it? Han Fei was speechless. Just because they can do it doesn't mean they have to do it. It's a trial. Of course they can do it. We're not in a trial now. If we're going to be beaten to death, Old Bai won't show up as soon as a rock is crushed. Han Fei kicked Chao Chio's butt. Go be the bait. Lure a few people over first. Huh. Han Fei smiled. Do you think I'll trick you? After Han Fei explained the strategy, Chao Chio also understood it. However, he was still a little scared. In the end, he was kicked away by Han Fei. In fact, Chao Chio didn't need to be the bait at all. Xia Shaochan and Chao Chio were chased by the other party. It was just that Xia Shaochan ran fast and got rid of the other party. Therefore, as soon as Chao Chio showed up, those people rushed over. Seeing this, Chao Chio hurriedly ran away, and while running he said, Hey, it's me. I'm Chao Chio. Why are you chasing me? We are chasing you. Chao Chio ran away. I didn't offend you. Why are you chasing me? Someone said angrily, You are an accomplice. Just now, that girl robbed 2 of our teams. Chao Chio, don't you have any explanation? Chao Chio yelled, This is a trial. You are not strong enough, so you were robbed. What does it have to do with me? Humph, that's why we're going to kidnap you as well. Lest you continue to be muddle-headed and hang out with strange people every day. As Chao Chio ran, he saw Xia Shaochan sitting cross-legged on the ground, and he shouted, Xia Xiaoan, help! Xia Shaochan opened her eyes, looked back, pretended to panic, and immediately ran hundreds of meters away. However, after running hundreds of meters, she turned back and rushed towards Chao Chio. Behind her, those who were chasing Chao Chio were overjoyed and someone sighed. I didn't expect that woman to be so kind. For this reason, I won't kill her. At this moment, in the distant sea, a vague figure seemed to be swimming over. However, seeing so many people here, he stopped. Of course, these 12 people didn't panic at all. Whether that person was just passing by or not, there are only 3 of them anyway. As for combat power, there were only 2 of them. Chao Chio didn't count. Xia Shaochan picked up Chao Chio and ran not far away. When these 12 people ran to the place where Xia Shaochan was just now, they saw 6 beams of light suddenly rising from the ground. These people's reaction was very fast. Some accelerated instantly, and some left the team, so that the 6-gate formation of Master Hexagon only trapped 5 people. Damn, it's a trap. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. At the moment when these people fell into the trap, Xia Shaochan threw Chao Chio into the 6-gate formation like throwing a ball. Chao Chio attached himself to the cloud dolphin, asked the poisonous bubble fish to spit bubbles, and then threw a spirit-forbidden net directly into the 6-gate formation. On the other side, at the moment when the 6-gate formation rose, Han Fei had already sped up and rushed over. Xia Shaochan smiled slyly. Humph, a bunch of idiots, take this. Chapter 454. Han Fei was not far away from here. When he arrived, Xia Shaochan had already rushed up to him. Under normal circumstances, Xia Shaochan wouldn't be able to beat them. After all, she couldn't use any of her hunter's abilities. It was a bit difficult for her to pretend to be a soul warrior. However, with the majestic mystic spell, even if Xia Shaochan waved an ordinary bamboo stick, she wouldn't necessarily be weaker than any of these people in front of her. Besides, although Xia Shaochan couldn't use any of the hunter's abilities, her speed and reaction ability were not comparable to that of ordinary soul warriors. Even in the 1,000-star city, this heaven-level combat skill, the roaming art, was extremely rare. In the level 3 fishery, there were only 1 or 2 heaven-level combat skills in 100 dragon boats. As soon as Han Fei arrived, a real soul warrior, enhanced by the secret method of the majestic mystic spell, rushed into the battlefield, which was a horrible scene. However, what surprised Han Fei was that among these 7 people, 3 of them used some kind of secret method on the spot, and their combat power soared instantly. At the same time, they fused with their spiritual beasts and attached with their contractual spiritual beasts, and their strength was increased again. In this way, under the joint efforts of the 3 people, they actually blocked Han Fei's blow. This scene made Han Fei's heart skip a beat. How the F***CK did they block it? What surprised Han Fei was that his blow with 5 times his combat power shouldn't have been able to withstand a single blow. However, these disciples of the major sects in the 1,000-star city were able to resist it. Then, at the 200th floor, how strong would those guys be? Of course, what was even more shocking than Han Fei was that the 3 disciples of the major sects could only block 1 blow with their combined strength. But the second blow came immediately. The 3 of them wanted to block it again, but the power of this blow was even stronger than before. Bam! The 3 of them were directly smashed to the ground, bleeding, their internal organs damaged, and they all vomited a mouthful of blood. Of the other 4 people, 2 were entangled by Xia Shaochan. At this moment, they were being suppressed and had no power to fight back at all. Seeing this scene, the other 2 actually took out a talisman, the first lifeless gate. In front of the 2 of them, a void gate suddenly fell from the sky and landed abruptly, blocking Han Fei's way. Chao Qiu immediately said via voice transmission, "This is the special skill of the Death Door sect of the 1,000-star city. Its defense is so strong that even my brother and Tangu can't break it." Han Fei's heart skipped a beat, and he stabbed the embroidery needle at the void gate that suddenly appeared. Dong! The sound was like muffled thunder, reverberating in all directions. Several cracks appeared on the void gate after Han Fei smashed it with his rod. However, as Chao Qiu said, its defense power was terrifying. Among the 2, one of the spirit gatherers immediately cast a healing technique and injected spiritual energy into his companion's body. However, while the 2 of them were stalling for time with the death door, Han Fei suddenly took out his fishing rod. Everyone, the 2 people on the opposite side, were still puzzled. Why did he take out his fishing rod at this moment? However, as Han Fei waved the hook, it appeared on the other side of the death door in the blink of an eye. Before the 2 of them could react at all, the 1,000 twining silk was instantly activated, wrapping the 2 of them like dumplings. Wow, how is this possible? 1,000-mile fishing technique. Chao Qiu also exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, how did you do it?" Even Xia Xiaochan's eyes narrowed. She had seen Wenren and Xiaozhan use this technique before. With a wave of his hand, the fishing hook broke through the air and flew 1,000 miles away. Now Han Fei also knew how to do it? These 12 people only felt very aggrieved. The most aggrieved were the 5 guys who were directly trapped by the 6-gate formation. If they were not trapped, they could more or less block a few attacks and buy some time. At this moment, Han Fei smiled and said, "I want money, not life. Leave your sea, swallowing seashells, and I'll let you go." Humph, do you know what you are doing? You are issuing a challenge to our Death Door sect. Han Fei grinned and walked up to the person who spoke. Han Fei squatted down, patted his face gently and said, I am robbing you. I don't care if you are from the death door or the life door. Even if your house is full of doors, I will still rob you. These disciples of the major sects had never been insulted like this. How could they bear it when their faces had been slapped so hard by Han Fei? This person was about to jump up when he saw a square brick slapping down on him, and he was stunned. Han Fei took out his sea-swallowing seashell casually, pulled at his clothes, and said helplessly, Why don't you wear any ornaments on your body? Don't you even have an amulet? Everyone. The man was indignant. Why are you still robbing me? Han Fei scoffed. Give them to me. If you don't give them to me, I will. As he spoke, two little girls immediately covered their chests. Han Fei said with a black face, Xia Shaochan, you robbed the women's. After a while, these 12 people were expelled by Han Fei in batches, and their bodies gradually faded. Chao Chiu was excited watching from the side. So strong. With such a big shot, it wouldn't be a problem to pass the 199th floor and even the 200th floor. Before leaving, a guy looked at Chao Chiu and said, Chao Chiu, when we go back this time, I will definitely get even with you. Chao Chiu disdainfully said, If you have the ability, go find Chao Tian. It has nothing to do with me. Han Fei really envied Chao Chiu's attitude. He was crazy about cheating his brother. If there was anything, he would just blame it on his brother. He really didn't know how Chao Chiu survived to this age. And he had actually become an advanced, dangling fisher. On this side, Han Fei had just collected the sea-swallowing seashells of these 12 people and sent them out. He hadn't had time to check their sea-swallowing seashells yet. The water rippled, and another group of people came. Han Fei was stunned. Why are there so many people? There are a lot of people on this floor. I'm afraid there are nearly 30 people who have been expelled by us. The hexagon starfish suddenly complained. Starfish, it's so difficult. The six-gate formation consumes a lot of spiritual energy, and there are people coming from 3 directions. 3 directions? Han Fei turned his head and saw that there were already figures appearing in the sea. There seemed to be only 1 person in one direction, 2 people in another direction, and 7 or 8 people in another direction. Chao Chiu immediately shouted, Run, we are going to be surrounded. Xia Shaochan waved the stick in her hand. Fortunately, there are only a dozen people. Han Fei wondered, Is that 2 swords? 2 swords? Chao Chiu immediately looked to the lone figure, and after looking at it for a while, he said in surprise, Yes, that is 2 swords. I can fight, I can still fight. Han Fei despised him. Damn it, you can't fight. Chao Chiu nodded. You can fight. On this side, after feeling the fierce battle here just now, 2 swords knew that the people who could cause such violent fluctuations here were either disciples of some major sect who had a big battle, Tango or Han Fei. And according to his judgment, there was no one fighting as soon as they came in except Han Fei. Sure enough, as he expected, he saw Han Fei, Xia Shaochan, and Chao Chiu standing in the water from a distance. Of course, he also noticed the arrival of other people. However, he didn't care. Although they only had 3 people on their side, they weren't weak. However, when 2 swords swam closer, he saw that it was Tango and Mu Ling on the other side, and he suddenly felt as if he had swallowed a sea urchin. It was so uncomfortable. Han Fei was also a little surprised. Tango is here. There were so many people here, so Han Fei and Tango couldn't show anything. However, the expressions of Xia Shaochan and Mu Ling became strange. Xia Shaochan said to him via voice transmission, Is this guy really your brother? He fought 100 people alone. Han Fei responded, Of course. Mu Ling also asked at the moment, Is that person really your brother? Is he really as strong as you say? Tango nodded. Of course, he will only be stronger than I imagined. Don't forget he is hiding his identity now, so he can't use his spiritual beasts and contractual spiritual beasts. On the other side, there were a total of 8 people. However, these 8 people were not wearing the uniforms of the Death Door sect. nor the uniforms of the Heavenly Sword sect, but seemed to be from another sect. Chao Chiu said, "They are from the Sea Cloud Tower." Han Fei was speechless. Wait, how many sects are there in the Thousand-Star City? Why are they coming wave after wave? Is there no end to it? Chao Chiu said there are more. There are 7 major sections. This Sea Cloud Tower is a little weaker than the Heavenly Sword sect and the Death Door sect, but it is still very powerful. Chapter 455. 2 swords walked into Han Fei's team without scruples. Thus, the scene turned into 3 parties. The leading young armorist of the Sea Cloud Tower frowned at this moment. The situation was beyond his expectations. Who knew that so many people would come all of a sudden? On one side, there was the little fatty of the Chow family and 2 swords, and on the other side there was Tang Ge. And judging from their black and white clothes, they didn't look like ordinary people at all. This battle was not only difficult to fight, it could even be said that there was no way to fight. Tang Ge said to him via voice transmission, "I've seen the leader once. His name is Yu Xian. He has reached the peak and is not weak. Do you need me to help?" "No, thanks. You can just find an excuse to leave. I can handle 8 of them." Hearing this, Tang Ge immediately said to Mu Ling, "Let's go." "Who?" Seeing that Tang Ge had left, Yu Xian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If I really fought with 2 swords and the others, and both sides suffered losses, no one here was a match for Tang Ge. At that time, it would really be a huge loss. Beside Tang Ge, Mu Ling asked curiously, "Aren't you going to help him?" Sea Cloud Tower's Yu Xian's strength was not bad. Ordinary people can't do anything to that saber formation of his. Tang Ge put on a faint smile. "Then you're underestimating my brother. His physique was very strong. No matter how powerful Cosine Saber Ray was, it could only barely trap 2 swords. Hitting my brother? He thinks too much." In fact, after Tang Ge left, Han Fei didn't confront Cosine. Wang Zitian said, "I'll handle Cosine. You 2 handle the rest." Han Fei frowned. "Is that guy strong?" Wang Zitian nodded slightly. "Not weak. His saber array is a trap and kill array. You can come, but I might not be able to handle the remaining 7. Wang Zitian wasn't very optimistic about Xia Shaochan. At least, for the time being, he hadn't seen anything particularly outstanding about her. In his opinion, Xia Shaochan was just a slightly powerful soul warrior, but not a top heavenly talent. As for Han Fei, he had fought with him and witnessed the battle between Han Fei and Tang Ge. In terms of strength, Wang Zitian acknowledged it. "Okay, we'll leave the leader to you." As soon as Tang Ge left, the battle was about to break out. Kosan didn't know the black and white impermanents, nor had she heard of them. Therefore, his first goal was to intercept 2 swords. As for Han Fei and Xia Shaochan, in his eyes, no matter how strong the 2 intermediate dangling fishers were, it was impossible for them to defeat 7 fellow disciples. As for Chao Chiu, he simply ignored him. Han Fei said telepathically, "Master Hexagon Starfish, remember to set up an array at the critical moment later." The Hexagon Starfish clung to Han Fei's calf. "I can't. It's too frequent. I lack spiritual energy, and energy." Han Fei scoffed. "Stop talking nonsense. When we're done, I'll give you a bit more 1 high-grade spirit stone." The Hexagon Starfish nodded. "Okay." Han Fei was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. This damn Hexagon Starfish has learned to blackmail now. It had become a starfish that would not get up early without benefits. If this went on, it would never be pure again. 2 swords held the 2 swords with both hands, and behind him, sword shadows flashed, and his spiritual beast instantly fused. His whole person was like a sharp sword, directly looking for Kosan. Han Fei and Xia Shaochan glanced at each other, and then at Chao Chiu, who was watching from the side, and then they also rushed up. This was a head-on battle. Unlike the trap just now, if you wanted to trap people in a head-on battle, the first factor was to fight first. You had to make sure that you were not killed by the enemy and then lay a trap. At this moment, Han Fei took the lead in breaking into the encirclement with his rod. However, the moment Han Fei entered, he was almost scared out of his wits. In all directions, thousands of knife lights flashed. Before Xia Xiaochan had time to rush into the crowd, she immediately retreated dozens of meters when she saw the scene. Xia Xiaochan curled her lips. Only a guy like Han Fei, who had an abnormal physique and strength, could resist this kind of flying snow-style attack. Even for her, if she didn't use her hunter ability, she would only be able to defend herself in such a field of knife lights. And it was the kind that couldn't be defended. Clang, clang, clang. When a clanging sound came from Han Fei's body, Yu Xian knew something was wrong and immediately wanted to go back to help. Wang Ziqian blocked in front of him, and a big sword fell from the sky. It's too late to leave now. Han Fei's full blow directly smashed the seawater with a terrifying and explosive force. At least 4 people on the other side returned to their positions at the same time and jointly resisted. These people were also shocked. How could an intermediate, dangling fisher be so strong? Wasn't this, however, before they figured it out, Han Fei smiled, turned the embroidery needle, and chopped at the other 2 people. The 4 of them were stunned. Could it be that such an explosive attack was just a feint? But then the moment the 6-gate formation rose, the battle had come to an end. Chao Qiu had already run here and covered them with a spirit-forbidden net. On the other side, Xia Xiaochan was fighting alone and completely suppressing her opponent, giving him no chance to retaliate at all. Almost within 10 minutes, the 7 people were all wiped out and all lay dead. Yu Xian was dumbfounded. At this moment, he was surrounded by Wang Zitian, Han Fei, and Xia Xiaochan. How the F***CK could he fight? Just now, when he saw Han Fei's physique, he knew that this person was not simple and his strength was very likely beyond his expectations. In fact, Han Fei's strength did exceed his expectations. Besides, Han Fei didn't fight head-on but used some tactics. In addition, Chao Qiu, who had been treated as heir, was covered by the spirit-forbidden net. Their failure was already certain. Yu Xian was also very straightforward and put away his knife. Okay, you're good at playing. With that, Yu Xian looked at Han Fei. Who are you? Han Fei replied, soul-snatching. Xia Xiaochan added, life-snatching. We are black and white ghosts. Next time we meet, please prepare your sea-swallowing seashell. Yu Xian took out his sea-swallowing seashell with an ugly face, threw it over, and then looked at his companions. Drop the sea-swallowing seashell and let's go. Wang Zitian said lightly, there are not many teams on the 199th floor. I'll go to the next floor. As for you, before going to the next floor, you'd better think about it carefully. Han Fei responded casually, Chao Qiu, you can also go down. Wait a minute, everyone. Chao Qiu chuckled and said, can you help me fight the summoned creatures? Everyone. After sending Chao Qiu down, Xia Xiaochan said, are we really going down to fight with so many people? Han Fei thought for a while and shouted, Master Hexagon, open the door and let us go to your door. Swoosh! The hexagon starfish hung directly from Han Fei's calf to Xia Xiaochan's back, rolling his big eyes. The treasures are all mine. I worked hard to earn them. Han Fei laughed and scolded. Who wants your treasures? Just go to an empty door. Go to your door and cook a meal. Don't you want energy? I can satisfy you. Anyway, we still have a lot of yellow-blooded sea cucumbers. Hearing that Han Fei wasn't going to his treasure house, the hexagon starfish immediately relaxed. But Xia Xiaochan looked confused. What door? Han Fei smiled. You'll know soon. The world inside the door. Xia Xiaochan found it incredible. How is this possible? Is this the space inside the door of the big starfish? How come it's so big? Han Fei was also a little surprised. Master Hexagon, The world inside your door has doubled in size. The hexagon starfish muttered, I made a breakthrough. Of course it will become bigger. Han Fei sighed. How big can it become? The voice of the hexagon starfish drifted in the empty square. I don't know. I won't know until I make another breakthrough. Han Fei sat on the ground and took out all the pots, bowls, ladles, and basins. Han Fei had to admit that he was quite satisfied with the hexagon starfish. Although this guy was greedy for money and had learned some bad things, he had to admit that the six-gate formation, the formation of the hexagon starfish, was simply an invincible divine formation. With the six-gate formation, coupled with the spirit forbidden net, he could easily defeat 10 or 8 people in battles. Han Fei even thought more than once about tricking this big starfish into becoming his contractual spiritual beast. Based on their tacit cooperation, Han Fei thought that he would have an endless supply of money. Han Fei was cooking. Xia Shaochan, on the other hand, ran to the deepest part of the gate and knocked at the edge of the darkness. Xia Shaochan said, Big starfish, there seems to be another space outside. The hexagon starfish nodded. I know. Can you stop knocking? I'm itchy. Xia Shaochan was suspicious. Can you feel this too? With that said, Xia Shaochan reached out her hand, scratched the dark seal on the boundary, and asked, Itchy? Itchy. Xia Shaochan scratched with both hands again. How about this? It's even itchier. Han Fei smiled and said, Okay, stop it. Let's eat. Master Hexagon Starfish, you must have a good meal. Don't screw me up on the second floor below. The Hexagon Starfish asked, Can I go out? Do you still want your essence blood? Chapter 456. After a full meal, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan's energy was almost overflowing. Even the Hexagon Starfish was red all over after eating. The world inside the door was also a magical world. The Hexagon Starfish could take whatever it wanted to eat in the air. Han Fei thought for a while. Okay, he had to make this guy work harder. So he threw another 2 high-quality spiritual stones, nearly 700,000 points of spiritual energy, to it. It was not that Han Fei was generous, but that he might face a big battle next. Out of the hexagon space, Han Fei said to Xia Shaochan, You can use the metamorphosis water now. It is said that there are many people on the lower floor. Just pretend to be them. Xia Shaochan was a little excited, but after hearing Han Fei's words, she rolled her eyes at him. Nonsense, I'm not stupid. If I try to rob them blatantly, I will be beaten to death. Seeing Xia Xiaochan's figure gradually fade away, Han Fei took out a total of 7 soul crystals. Yes, these soul crystals were useless to Xia Xiaochan. Even if he had less than 10, his perception range wouldn't be improved much. However, Han Fei needed to use these soul crystals to experiment. He had a feeling that the soul crystals he used and the soul crystals others used seemed to be a little different. However, when all 7 soul crystals were absorbed by him, Han Fei was even more speechless. In addition to the previous one, this was already the 8th soul crystal. However, his perception range didn't increase at all. He didn't remember the 11th god scaring painting in his mind either. At that time, Han Fei was a little stunned. Are other people like this too? That's impossible. Is it because of the soul crystals or the god scaring painting? Or should I say both are problematic? With deep confusion, Han Fei glanced at the hexagon starfish whose big eyes were rolling like wheels of fire. Han Fei felt that there was a pile of sticky stuff on his shoulder, which slipped out of the hexagon starfish's mouth. Han Fei's face turned black. Master Hexagon Starfish, what did you do? The hexagon starfish seemed to be thinking about something. Suddenly reminded by Han Fei, it suddenly woke up. His 6 eyeballs were moving around randomly in his eye frames, as if he was drunk. You ate so many soul crystals, but you didn't give me any. Han Fei was lost for words. What are you eating? I'm still growing, so it's more important for me to eat than for you to eat. I'm also growing. Han Fei said disdainfully, You're already several years old. Even 20 of me, added together, wouldn't be as old as you. You're trying to act young with me? The hexagon starfish said. Then when you get more soul crystals, give me some. Han Fei glared at it. Don't push your luck. When I can't use them anymore, I'll definitely give them to you. The hexagon starfish clung to Han Fei's shoulder hard, considering the credibility of this statement. While it was still thinking, it faded away with Han Fei and entered the next floor. When they arrived at the 200th floor, there were only 3 people in sight. Among them, there was a person sitting cross-legged on the ground, seemingly cultivating. The other one was a spirit gatherer who was absorbing spiritual energy with a spirit gathering formation under his feet. The last one was fighting with a basalt conch and seemed to have been fighting for a long time. The hard shell of the basalt conch had been broken by him in 3 or 4 places. These 3 people were all wearing standard clothes, but the spirit gatherer didn't seem to be with the other 2. Seeing Han Fei come in, the person sitting cross-legged immediately opened his eyes. The other guy who was fighting just glanced at Han Fei, a little surprised, but didn't have any follow-up reaction. Han Fei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. These people didn't seem to care too much about him, and they didn't seem to be hostile. He suspected that if they were to start a war, would it attract a large number of people? However, although the fight didn't start, the spirit gatherer said, Leave quickly and find a suitable place to offer sacrifices. Han Fei smiled and walked towards the man. Brother, I want to ask you something. The man frowned. Seeing Han Fei approaching him, he couldn't help but be vigilant and immediately shouted, Just stand there and don't come over. Han Fei smiled. Well, I want to borrow something from you. The spirit gatherer was slightly taken aback. What is it? Ha! Swallowing seashell. Han Fei knew that these people were not ordinary people, and each of them was much stronger than ordinary peak-level, dangling fishers. Therefore, when he attacked, he didn't have any scruples. The stick smashed over, and the spirit gatherer retreated quickly. The soul warrior on the other side immediately galloped over. The 2 sides were not far from each other. Han Fei grinned and shot out the embroidery needle in his hand. The spirit gatherer immediately summoned a big turtle, but with a clang the big turtle was hit by the embroidery needle and fell to the ground. The blue sea wandering dragon rod in Han Fei's hand had already shot out. Because he was very close to the spirit gatherer, only less than 100 meters away, Han Fei succeeded in one move. However, to Han Fei's slight surprise, the hunter who was fighting with the basalt conch disappeared. He was very fast and had already approached Han Fei. A soul warrior and a hunter attacked, and Han Fei grinned. 6-gate array. At the moment when the purple light rose, Han Fei got out of the 6-gate formation. At this time, another contractual spiritual beast of the spirit gatherer appeared, and a flash of lightning flashed, cutting directly at the blue sea wandering dragon rod. How could Han Fei let him succeed? The fishing line, as if it had eyes, suddenly slanted dozens of meters to the side. After the spirit gatherer fused with his spiritual beast, Han Fei had already approached him. The spirit gatherer pinched an amulet in his hand, and Han Fei had already smashed it with the brick. The spirit gatherer was smashed to the point of bleeding. However, the amulet was still activated, so the opponent's injury was actually not serious. Han Fei grabbed the embroidery needle with one hand, jumped up and gave him a heavy blow. Even if the opponent had an amulet, he still had to suffer the shock. The man was furious. Who are you? How dare you attack a disciple of the Grand Void Academy? Han Fei grinned. Who am I? Hey, I'm a ghost that takes souls, and I'm a ghost that wants your life. I'm the fearsome black ghost in the level 3 fishery. Hand over your swallowing seashell, and I won't kill you. In the 6-gate formation, the soul warrior and armorist were attacking frantically. However, Han Fei didn't care. If the six-gate formation could be shaken by two peak-level dangling fissures, it wouldn't be called a six-gate formation. Even Wang Zetian's powerful sword couldn't shake the six-gate formation. What's more, these people were much weaker than Wang Zetian. This spirit gatherer still wanted to use his spiritual beast to attack Han Fei. However, Han Fei's embroidery needle burst out with billowing spiritual energy. Smart people won't do this. The sea-swallowing seashell is gone. That thing is worthless. However, if you think I don't dare to kill you and that I can't do anything to you, you're wrong. The quality of this amulet is very good. If I don't kill you, I can cripple you. The spirit gatherer's face changed sharply. He glanced at the six-gate formation and said via voice transmission, "This is the 200th floor. Judging from the commotion over here, someone will be here soon." Han Fei shrugged. Haha, you're right. So, I'll only give you 2 minutes to think about it. 3, 2, 1, okay. The spirit gatherer was terrified. Seeing that Han Fei's rod was about to hit his face, what could he do? He was just a spirit gatherer. Han Fei took the sea-swallowing seashell with a smile. "Good boy. Take off your clothes." The spirit gatherer. Han Fei said, "Take it off or I'll cripple you." The two people in the six-gate formation were so shocked that they forgot to attack. Why did his best friend suddenly start to take off his clothes? Could it be that the man in black has a special hobby? Thinking of this, the two shivered all over and attacked the six-gate formation frantically again. The hexagon starfish said, "Hurry up, these two people are very strong. I'll be ready soon." After sending the spirit gatherer away, Han Fei immediately rushed to the six-gate formation. After entering, he beat the two of them to the ground with only 2 strikes. Without giving them a chance to speak, he grabbed their sea-swallowing seashells and said, "Leave the 200th floor in 2 minutes. Otherwise, I'll cripple you." The two of them were shocked. This guy is so powerful. Why don't I know such a master? Is he an unborn disciple of a big clan? However, their sea-swallowing seashells had been robbed. They would be stupid if they continued to fight. The two immediately communicated with the steps into the sea, and their figures gradually faded. The whole process from beginning to end took Han Fei less than 2 minutes. Just a few dozen breaths after the two disappeared, 2 people swam over from not too far away. Then they saw a disciple of the Grand Void Academy fighting against a basalt conch with a rod. One of them wondered, does he need to make such a big noise to fight a basalt conch? The other person smiled and said, "Look, that disciple of the Grand Void Academy is only an intermediate dangling fissure. He must have had a hard time fighting against the basalt conch." Immediately, this person said to Han Fei via voice transmission, "Brother, do you need help?" Han Fei first became vigilant, then pretended to take a few steps back. "Yes. Don't mention it, but we'll take the reward of a basalt conch." After a few minutes, Han Fei grabbed another set of clothes in one hand and 2 sea-swallowing seashells in the other. He was a little disappointed. These 5 people only got 1 soul crystal? Damn, they're so poor. Chapter 457. A creature like the basalt conch was completely different from Xiao Zhan's 8-armed conch. It didn't have weird tentacles or sticky suckers. However, the shell of the basalt conch was like a big wheel that had been rolled twice, and there were little raised bumps on the wheel. Its fighting style was to control the shell to fight. Therefore, it was also called the revolving conch. Although Han Fei had sent away 2 groups of people, he didn't touch the basalt conch that seemed to be seriously injured and had its shell damaged in several places. On the contrary, while fighting against the Xuanwu conch, he moved to other places. As a result, in the next hour, Han Fei killed 4 waves of people with a basalt conch that was about to be crippled and obtained 7 sea-swallowing seashells. At this moment, Han Fei gently knocked on the basalt conch and then pretended to fly hundreds of meters away. The wheel-like basalt conch rolled towards Han Fei, and Han Fei dodged it. After performing for less than 100 minutes, Han Fei saw a girl in white glancing at him. Huh, a woman? Han Fei was a little depressed. Is this girl alone? Should I rob her or not? It doesn't seem right not to rob her, right? Rob. I don't care if she is a man or a woman. Han Fei made up his mind and deliberately dodged over there. When he was less than 500 meters away from the woman, suddenly a sword light swept across. At the next moment, a thin sword mark appeared on the shell of the basalt conch. But this basalt conch was motionless. Han Fei looked back and saw that the girl in white had already come to dozens of meters away. You led it to me because you wanted me to help you, didn't you? Now you've got the reward. You can go. Han Fei was stunned. Is this little girl so strong? She killed the basalt conch with a super defense with one sword strike. Xiao Chong, what's wrong with you, Xiao Chong? Xiao Chong, you can't die. We've been through thick and thin together for 3 days and 3 nights, and I've always treated you as my dearest spiritual beast. Who would have thought that the white-haired man would give me a black-shelled conch today? After that, Han Fei turned around abruptly. You're so vicious. Which ear of yours heard me ask you to help me? You compensate me with a basalt conch, or compensate me with a soul crystal. The girl in white was dumbfounded. She had never seen such a scene before. It was just a summoned creature. You look like your contractual spiritual beast has died. Is there a need to be like this? The girl said coldly, You are blackmailing me? Of course. Han Fei wouldn't admit it. He rose angrily and walked to the girl in white. I'm blackmailing you? You little girl, don't you have any eyesight? I'm just telling you. Sometimes good intentions lead to bad things. I'm teaching you how to be a man. While blabbering, Han Fei said telepathically, Master Hexagon Starfish, are we close enough? Let's go. Just as the girl was caught off guard, 6 beams of purple light suddenly soared into the sky. However, this time, Han Fei's eyes almost popped out. However, the girl turned into a wisp of light cyan smoke with a pop. When the smoke condensed again, the girl had already appeared outside the 6-gate formation. She's so fast, I can't trap her, Han Fei secretly said. Do I need you to tell me that? I can see it. The girl frowned slightly and looked at Han Fei. So, you still want to trap me in that purple formation in order to get close to me? If my guess is right, is the starfish on you the legendary hexagon starfish? Han Fei had goosebumps all over his body. In fact, he had long discovered that those who could call out the name hexagon starfish were not ordinary people. The girl in front of him could guess the hexagon starfish through the 6-gate formation alone. This woman didn't seem to be simple. Han Fei raised his head and looked around. Really? I don't know. In fact, I was just testing your reaction just now. Little girl, you're alone outside, so you're very vigilant. Well, okay. I think your reaction speed is very good. Keep it up. I still have something to do. I'm leaving, however. Before Han Fei took 2 steps, the way ahead was blocked by the girl. The white-clothed girl held a thin sword in one hand. Her posture was elegant, but her face was cold. Do you think I look stupid? You can't get my sea-swallowing seashell, so you want to run away? When did the Grand Void Academy have such a shameless disciple like you? Han Fei sneered. Why should the Grand Void Academy report what we do to others? Go away. Let me tell you, I don't usually hit girls. The girl in white raised one arm. Don't you know me? Han Fei paused. Is this girl very famous? How the hell do I know her? I've never been to the 1,000-star city. Han Fei bit the bullet and said, This is the first time I've walked out of the Grand Void Academy. I've been practicing in secret realms before, so of course I don't know you. Nonsense. You are not a disciple of the Grand Void Academy. Who are you? Han Fei. Seeing that Han Fei seemed to be confused, the girl in white explained, The Grand Void Academy is the most frequented sect in the entire 1,000-star city. They are involved in many aspects, such as the security of the Thousand-Star City, the academic system, and so on. How is it possible that you have never been out of the Grand Void Academy? Han Fei's face remained unchanged. There are people like me in every academy. Otherwise, what if other sects deliberately suppress me when they find out that I'm a genius? The girl in white hesitated for a long time and finally spat out, "You are very shameless." Han Fei's face was black. Hey, you've gone too far by saying that. You can talk and you can fight, but you can't insult me. However, what greeted Han Fei was not the girl in white's rebuttal, but an arc-shaped sword chi that swept past with a wave of her hand. Clang! The embroidery needle flew out, and Han Fei blocked it casually, and the sword chi collapsed. Huh! The girl in white suddenly disappeared. Then, faint smoke rose from all directions around Han Fei. Immediately afterward, sword chi slashed at him from all directions. What the F***CK is this? Han Fei had always felt that Xia Xiaochan's teleportation was simply one of the most awesome combat skills in the world. Who knew that an extremely weird woman would pop up here? The embroidery needle in Han Fei's hand danced like a wheel of wind and fire, blocking a large amount of sword chi with clanging sounds. At the same time, his spiritual perception spread out, and in the blink of an eye, it swept every inch within a radius of hundreds of meters. What puzzled Han Fei was that he could clearly feel the girl in white, but the other party's movement speed was too fast. No, there's something wrong with this smoke. Hey! The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up, and he grabbed the whetstone with his left hand and slapped it at the condensed smoke. During this period, although a few sword chi fell on him, Han Fei didn't care. Those sword chi could only leave a faint bloodstain on his body. He cast the divine healing technique and recovered in a few seconds. When the smoke was patted away, the girl in white appeared, pointing her sword at Han Fei. Han Fei smiled and said, "Girl, your strength is not bad, but you can't beat me. However, it's true that I don't run as fast as you. Let's go our separate ways and not disturb each other, okay?" The girl in white pursed her lips. "How did you find out that there was something wrong with the smoke?" Han Fei sneered. "I'm not stupid. Although the smoke is floating, you always land in it. This means that your speed is based on the green smoke. Without the smoke, where can you hide?" The girl in white shouted, "Take my sword." The sword shot out, and there was a thunderous explosion. Han Fei's face changed slightly. What a strong attack! Han Fei could clearly feel that such a sword was not weaker than two swords' fierce sword momentum at all. It could be said that it was 30% stronger. Explode! Han Fei's long rod struck straight at the Flood Dragon sword momentum with the Wind and Thunder Phantom without any fancy moves. Rumble! With a roar, the girl in white took 3 steps back. There was a strange light in her eyes. An intermediate dangling fissure? Han Fei clicked his tongue. "Little girl, I told you long ago that I am a peerless genius of our Grand Void Academy. You don't understand my realm. Go play somewhere." Han Fei was just about to leave, but the girl's second sword came. This sword was stronger, more than 50% stronger than the first sword. Shoot! Han Fei was speechless. He tapped his foot and activated the majestic mystic spell, knocking the girl back dozens of steps again. Even blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. "Huh, did you use a secret method?" "What's wrong with that?" "I didn't use your family's secret method. Why do you care?" The girl in white's beautiful eyes turned cold. "Take my third sword." Chapter 458. Han Fei didn't know which sect this girl was from. However, her current strength was even better than 2 swords. When she waved the sword, there was really a Flood Dragon Phantom rushing at her. On both sides of the Flood Dragon, there was wind and thunder, flashing electric arcs, and it was nearly 30 meters long. Not until this moment did Han Fei's face change, and he replaced the embroidery needle with the blood-drinking knife. Droll, compared with the wind and thunder flood dragon of the girl in white. Han Fei's draw technique was simple and unadorned. However, the shining knife light slashed the wind and thunder flood dragon all the way. Hiss! The waves were rolling back, blowing Han Fei's clothes and hair back. In the rolling waves, Han Fei stepped on the water step by step. In his sight, the girl in white waved the sword again. He slashed out with both swords, barely managing to cancel out the draw of the saber. However, at that moment, the six-gate formation was activated again. This time, the young lady was indeed locked inside. Puff! The girl vomited a mouthful of blood, and a white seahorse appeared behind her. A ray of light sprinkled down, which turned out to be a kind of power comparable to a healing technique. In Han Fei's vision, information was displayed. Name Green Cloud Horse, Gong Yuehan's spiritual beast. Introduction, a heterogeneous seahorse bloodline. Extremely fast, elegant, and can emit ice sword energy. Its speed is so fast that it can catch up with the green cloud chasing technique and compare to a flood dragon. It cannot be underestimated. Level 35 quality, legendary, contains spiritual energy greater than 2,602 points. Food algae, shrimp, plankton, combat skill, water moon, cloud chasing technique, contains soul power 808. Remarks, she has just reached adulthood. So the power of the water moon cloud chasing technique can't be fully exerted. Han Fei was a little surprised. Isn't it said that legendary creatures are extremely rare? How many times has it been now? Besides, Gong Yuehan's spiritual beast turned out to be a seahorse. It was the first time that Han Fei had seen such a big seahorse. Its whole body was white, with a single horn on its head, and it seemed to have wings, but they were not spread out. There were circles of light red fine lines on its body. How King beautiful. Gong Yuehan was staring at Han Fei blankly. She had never thought that one day she would be challenged by someone who was a level higher than her. Moreover, he looked so relaxed and carefree. Gong Yuehan asked, "How much power did your secret technique give you just now?" There was a faint smile on Han Fei's face. In fact, his heart was not calm at all. 4 times, he had used 80% of his strength just now. Wasn't that equivalent to 4 times his normal strength? However, such a powerful force was blocked by the young girl in front of him with just 2 strikes. Han Fei was almost certain that this girl definitely had stronger life-saving skills. Han Fei couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. Although Gong Yuehan seemed to have used some kind of secret method in the last move, it was still impossible for Gong Yuehan to defeat him. However, what if Gong Yuehan and Wang Erjian had a secret method like the majestic mystic spell? At that time, he could only flee with his tail between his legs. Otherwise, if someone else used 5 times the strength, he would still be suppressed. Han Fei stepped forward. "I'm here to rob you, not to kill you. Hand over your swallowing seashell, and I'll let you go." However, the girl in white did not panic at all. "You are very strong." Even if he didn't use any secret methods, he could be regarded as a genius of the Grand Void Academy. However, you can forget about my swallowing seashell. Han Fei rolled his eyes. "What do you mean by that? Let me think. What's wrong?" With that said, a spirit forbidden net fell from the sky. When the girl saw the spirit forbidden net, her face suddenly changed. "Where did you get the spirit forbidden net?" The hexagon starfish shouted, hurry up, someone's coming." Hearing this, Han Fei quickly rushed into the 6-gate formation. At this moment, how could he care about her tenderness towards the fairer sex? "Let's grab the swallowing seashells first," Han Fei said fiercely. "Are you going to hand over your swallowing seashell, or should I take it myself?" Gong Yuehan pursed her lips when she heard Han Fei's arrogance. "My sisters are coming. You can't get away. Now that you've robbed me, you won't be able to leave." Han Fei frowned. You just don't want to give it to me, do you? What a beautiful little girl. Why are you so stingy? With that, Han Fei stretched out his perverted hand. Gong Yuehan suddenly turned pale. Hey, what are you doing? You're shameless. Han Fei said indifferently. Don't worry, I'm not interested in you. I'm only interested in your swallowing seashell. Gong Yuehan still covered her chest with her hands. On the other side, Han Fei had taken off her earrings. Gong Yuehan was stunned. She had never seen such a hooligan since she was a child. In the past, when boys saw her, they would either hide far away or follow her and refuse to go away. But no one had ever treated her like this. In the blink of an eye, Gong Yuehan's 2 earrings were taken off by Han Fei. Then, a jade pendant on her waist was also taken by Han Fei. Scoundrel, stop! Han Fei snorted, grabbed Gong Yuehan's little hand, and pulled off the sapphire jade bracelet on her wrist. Then he looked at Gong Yuehan. Shall I take your swallowing seashell, or will you give it to me? Gong Yuehan looked at Han Fei with horror in her eyes. As soon as Han Fei saw people coming from a distance, he quickly reached out and was about to take it himself. Anyway, he thought, Xia Shaochan isn't here. Besides, his goal was the swallowing seashell, nothing more. I'll give it to you, I'll give it to you. Gong Yuehan felt that she was about to collapse and tears fell. You're not allowed to look. Han Fei was speechless. Cut the crap. Are you trying to stall for time? Why should I look at you? Gong Yuehan squatted on the ground and slowly took out her swallowing seashell, but Han Fei grabbed it. Before Han Fei got up, he heard dozens of voice transmissions floating over from a distance. Disgusting, let go of Yuehan. How dare you? I'm going to kill you today. Grand Void Academy villain, you're dead. Senior sister. What did you do to my senior sister? Han Fei got up and looked around. 7 or 8 people had arrived from all directions. More importantly, one of them was also wearing the clothes of the Grand Void Academy. At this time, someone was pointing a knife at the disciple of the Grand Void Academy. Tell me, what's this guy's name? In the future, I'll make him kneel at the gate of the Jade Fairy Palace and repent for the mistakes he made today. The disciple of the Grand Void Academy was also stunned. However, when he looked at Han Fei, he was stunned. I don't know him. Han Fei's face changed slightly. Oh no, I'm using the face of the Black Ghost. He didn't expect to meet people from the Grand Void Academy so soon. Therefore, he didn't think about it at all. But others didn't think so. Bullsh *T. How can you not know people from the Grand Void Academy? Han Fei had an idea. Junior brother, I'm innocent. You have to believe that I'm innocent. We were just fighting normally. The disciple of the Grand Void Academy said angrily, Who are you calling junior brother? I don't know you. Who is your master? Why didn't I remember a face like yours in the crowd during this experience? Han Fei said cheekily, Junior brother, here's the thing. Because I'm too talented, I've been cultivating in the Grand Void Academy for many years, and it's the dean who has taught me personally. It's normal that you don't know me. However, as a disciple of the Grand Void Academy, how can I be wronged like this? The disciple of the Grand Void Academy was also confused. Is this really the case? Is it possible that the dean's direct disciple? However, that's Gong Yuehan. Even Gong Yuehan, the proud daughter of the Jade Fairy Palace, was defeated by this person. Is this really the hidden peerless talent of our sect? Everyone, this person. Gong Yuehan was about to speak, but she heard Han Fei's voice. If you say another word, I'll tear your clothes. Believe it or not. Hearing this, Gong Yuehan didn't dare to say another word. Her face turned blue, white, and red with anger. Han Fei immediately adjusted his posture and said seriously, Victory and defeat are common in soldiers. Originally, I was going to let her go. However, at this moment, so many of you tried to kill me without saying a word. Well, today I will give you a chance. Who can last more than 10 minutes under my attack? I'll let you go. I won't take your swallowing seashell. 10 minutes. Someone heard this. Who knows if you mean what you say? Han Fei snorted coldly. How can a disciple of the Grand Void Academy go back on his word? You are also the descendants of famous sections. Today, I, Fan Datong of the Grand Void Academy, will defeat you here to spread the prestige of the Grand Void Academy. Outside the array, the disciple of the Grand Void Academy was stunned when he heard this. This demeanor seems to be quite like a peerless talent. But this senior brother's name, Fan Datong, isn't it too unpleasant? However, just when someone was about to say something, he heard Gong Yuehan say, "Don't believe him. He is very strong, and you are no match for him at all." Very strong? At that time, these people were taken aback. If someone else said this, they wouldn't be convinced. However, when it came from Gong Yuehan, they had to take it seriously. Han Fei bared his teeth and immediately looked at Gong Yuehan. "Shut up! This is an above-board challenge. If you talk again, I will hang you up and beat you immediately, believe it or not." Humph! Gong Yuehan turned her head. This person is so shameless. She had never seen such a shameless person in her life. Chapter 459. Seeing that these people were all silent, Han Fei couldn't bear it anymore. Han Fei walked out of the six-gate formation and pointed his rod at the crowd. "Come on, 5 minutes. Whoever can hold on for 5 minutes, I will let them go immediately. Not only will I let them go, but I will also leave the platform immediately. But whoever loses, leave your swallowing seashell immediately and get out of here." Han Fei stood proudly, thinking to himself, "Anyway, my name is not Fan Datong. If I lose, I will change my name to Li Hani." Achoo! On the platform, Li Hani involuntarily sneezed. He was very depressed. Recently, he always felt that something was wrong with his body. He was almost killed by Han Fei. Could it be that he was going to fall sick? He was a dangling fisher. If he got sick, wouldn't he be laughed at by others? Seeing Han Fei's domineering and arrogant momentum at this moment, the disciple of the Grand Void Academy didn't dare to refute him at all. The disciple thought to himself, no wonder he is the direct disciple of the Dean. This might, this grandeur, this confidence, even he himself felt his heart surge, unable to calm down. At this moment, he was still thinking, so what if you are from the Jade Fairy Palace? Didn't the recognized genius of the Jade Fairy Palace still lose to the Grand Void Academy? He could even predict that this time, if Han Fei could fight the opponent with this domineering momentum, as soon as he returned to the Thousand-Star City, the Grand Void Academy would be in the limelight and even be faintly as famous as the Heavenly Sword Sect and the Jade Fairy Palace. Seeing that everyone was hesitating, Han Fei immediately said angrily, "Look at you! How dare you call yourselves disciples of the major sects? If you don't even dare to accept the challenge of 5 minutes, how can you call yourselves strong masters?" Immediately, someone blushed. "I, Feng Yifei of the Origin Returning Peak, want to challenge Fan Datong of the Grand Void Academy." Han Fei raised his head. Okay. Feng Yifei's weapon turned out to be a fan. His spiritual beast was a blue tide turtle, and his 2 contractual spiritual beasts were a barbed wind snake and a butterfly starworm. As soon as he waved the fan, flying needles all over the sky shot at him. The butterfly starworm's characteristic was to flash. Therefore, the youth had a certain amount of confidence. He felt that with his ability to flash, he would definitely be able to last for 5 breaths. However, to everyone's shock, Han Fei took out a longbow and shot 3 consecutive arrows with his eyes closed. Han Fei didn't dare to use the 6th arrow of the War Soul art. He was afraid that he would directly kill the enemy. However, the 5th arrow of the War Soul art was more than enough for peak-level dangling fishers. The 3 arrows were shot at the same time, which was almost 10,000 points of spiritual energy. Boom, boom, boom! In the void, the arrows exploded in 3 places. After 3 strikes, the man was lying on the ground. his clothes torn and blood spurting out. Hiss! In 3 seconds, Han Fei defeated the disciple of the Origin returning peak. This kind of strength made everyone present feel deep veneration. Suddenly, no one doubted Han Fei's identity anymore. They did not believe that an ordinary person could possess such strength. The disciple of the Grand Void Academy was puzzled at first. Does our dean also teach Bao skills? But then he thought, the dean is such a powerful person. What can't he do? It must be because my senior brother is so excellent that the dean taught him such additional combat skills. In the spirit forbidden net, Gong Yuehan's eyes widened at this moment. That guy clearly used a stick and a knife just now. Now he uses a bow and is so strong. Gong Yuehan was stunned. The others were even more stunned. Damn, is this the hidden weapon of the Grand Void Academy? Only the disciple of the Grand Void Academy had a red face at this moment, and he looked so excited as if he had won the battle. And what about Han Fei? With a calm expression, he put away the blue sea wandering dragon, bow calmly. Sea swallowing seashell. Feng Yifei's face was red, his breath was unstable, and his face was full of embarrassment. He threw out the sea swallowing seashell, and his face turned blue and red before fading into the seawater. Next, Han Fei looked around at the crowd, so arrogant that he almost raised his chin to the sky. Among the crowd, another tall and burly boy stood out. Su Wei of the Mountain Sea Pavilion. Armorist, please enlighten me. Han Fei looked up and down. How many major sects had appeared? This is the 7th. Is the 1,000-star city really so big? Can it accommodate so many sects? Han Fei asked, Hey, bro, how old are you this year? Su Wei replied, 16 this year. Han Fei curled his lips. You look like AF * King, 26-year-old. You can't find a girlfriend if you look like this at the age of 16. Su Wei. Han Fei used the embroidery needle this time and said to Su Wei, Come on. The seawater suddenly surged, and the armor box was overflowing with multicolored light. Han Fei frowned. Isn't this too inconsistent with your burly body? Only girls like you do these fancy things. As a man, don't you find it weird? Having said that, Han Fei didn't hesitate at all, because one wheel after another appeared in the multicolored light. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Is this the Golden Wheel King? This one seems a bit fierce. Clang, clang, clang. Han Fei's footwork was unpredictable, and he dodged the golden wheels by a hair's breadth. In everyone's eyes, Han Fei's figure was like a shadow rapidly approaching Su Wei, and Su Wei smiled. Heavenly Wheel Dance. In an instant, 100 golden wheels gushed out, covering all directions, madly twisting at Han Fei. Han Fei stepped on a golden wheel. His body floated up, and behind him, the golden wheels surged up one after another. When Han Fei went up hundreds of meters, the whetstone became dozens of meters larger in the air, forcibly resisting those golden wheels. Crack, crack, crack! Han Fei's face changed slightly, and spiritual energy surged on the whetstone, and it exploded in an instant. Water bubbles rose, and a giant rod fell from the sky. Its speed was so fast that Su Wei hurriedly used 100 golden wheels to block it. However, Su Wei underestimated the weight of the embroidery needle. If it were anyone else, it would be a problem if they could even lift the embroidery needle. Therefore, under this blow, Su Wei fell directly and couldn't get up. One of the other 2 female disciples of the Jade Fairy Palace quickly cast a healing technique on Su Wei, which stabilized his injury. The whole process seemed to be extremely dangerous, but it was not an exaggeration to say that it took Han Fei some time to avoid the golden wheels. For seconds later, Su Wei was defeated. After the defeat of Feng Yifei and Su Wei, the others all wanted to retreat. The boy who kept shouting that he would rescue Gong Yuehan didn't say a word at this time. Han Fei pointed at him with the embroidery needle. You tried to kill me just now. Now, I will let you win again. I will stand still and fight with you. Within 5 seconds, if you can move me even a little bit, you win. Han Fei was narrow-minded. He was the one who shouted the most fiercely just now. At this moment, Han Fei would feel guilty if he didn't beat him. The boy's face turned pale. Where the hell did this guy come from? He's too fierce. The people of the Mountain Sea Pavilion are famous for their incomparable strength and strong bodies. But he can't even take a single blow from Han Fei. Can I take it? Moreover, he saw Han Fei suddenly put away the stick and took out a kitchen knife. Yes, he was sure that it was definitely a kitchen knife. How can such a short knife be used to defend? Gong Yuehan rolled her eyes. She thought Fan Datong's strongest weapon was a kitchen knife. However, this time she didn't plan to remind him, because she didn't like that boy and he often annoyed her. She thought it was good to be taught a lesson by Han Fei. Anyway, as a disciple of the Grand Void Academy, Han Fei wouldn't really kill him. Zhai Shun, go. Senior brother Fan is just defending. Zhai Shun was speechless. Why don't you go? The more arrogant you are, the less I dare to fight you, okay? Fan Datong is a direct disciple of the Dean. What about me? I'm still a long way from that level. However, men were creatures that cared about their dignity. If he flinched in front of his goddess, how could he have the face to chase her in the future? Therefore, Zhai Shun decided that even if he lost, he would lose bravely and with dignity, because Han Fei proposed that he just needed to move him. Therefore, Di Shun directly gave up on those fancy combat skills. He just stood there and attacked. This was the time to compete in terms of attack power. The spear was like a dragon, densely covered with spiritual energy, and there was a centipede phantom on the body of the spear. The seawater burst several times, and Zhai Shun's spear pierced over. Han Fei suddenly said to the others via voice transmission, "Junior brother, today I'll teach you a lesson. Attack is the best defense. This is what the Dean taught me." Swish, he drew the knife. With a flash of the knife light, the spear momentum was instantly shattered. Zhai Shun was shocked, seeing that the blade was about to slash him. What the F***CK was he talking about a goddess? He immediately took out an amulet. Clang, the light and shadow on the amulet dimmed, and Zhai Shun's feet slid dozens of meters away on the ground. Puff! Gulp! This scene made the surrounding people swallow their saliva. What was the point of fighting? Isn't he too fierce? Only the disciple of the Grand Void Academy hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Yes, senior brother." Chapter 460. When Han Fei won all 3 battles and was about to continue to challenge, many people retreated. Someone said, "Senior brother Fan, you are the last disciple of the Dean of the Grand Void Academy. Why do you make things difficult for us? Let's just forget about this, okay?" The 2 girls from the Jade Fairy Palace also said, "Senior brother Fan, let's take our senior sister away, okay?" Han Fei clasped his hands behind his back and said mysteriously, "Cultivators must fight. Cowardice is the devil in their hearts. You don't understand, but I do. I can't let you regret it. So this battle must go on. Everyone." But Han Fei suddenly said, "Oh, by the way, junior brother, you also want to fight, but I won't take your swallowing seashell." The disciple of the Grand Void Academy's face stiffened and he felt wronged. "Do I have to fight my own people?" Han Fei secretly said to him, "Don't worry. Before I came out, Master told me. This time I must suppress the other sex, but I can't hurt them. What can I do? It's hard for me too." The disciple responded, "Senior brother, I understand you. All right, I'll make sure to put on a good show so that they won't find any flaws." Han Fei secretly praised him. "Junior brother, you are very thoughtful. When I return to the sect this time, I will definitely praise you in front of Master." The disciple of the Grand Void Academy was so excited that he almost shed tears of gratitude. On the surface, he had to act as if nothing had happened. However, his eyes were full of gratitude when he looked at Han Fei. Being suppressed by Han Fei, these people didn't know whether to run away or not. If they ran away, they would lose their prestige. If they didn't run away, it was obvious that they couldn't win. However, for the sake of face, these inexperienced disciples all chose to stay. So, 1, 2, 7, after a while, the 7 people left 7C, swallowing seashells. Only one junior brother from the Grand Void Academy didn't leave. Han Fei hushed him, then asked the hexagon starfish to put away the 6-gate formation. He put away the spirit-forbidden net and looked at Gong Yuehan with a smile. Sorry for offending you. Shameless. Han Fei said seriously, this is the way of cultivation. How can I be shameless? I, Fan Datong, am a magnanimous person. All I ask for is a clear conscience. You don't understand, but I do. You'll understand in the future. Gong Yuehan blushed and snorted. Her figure gradually faded away. When there were only the 2 of them left, Han Fei secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, Junior brother, forgive me for my poor eyesight. What's your name? Senior brother, my name is Ji Wenxuan. Han Fei nodded lightly. Why are you here alone? Where are the others from the Grand Void Academy? Ji Wenxuan's eyes dimmed slightly. Senior brother, our Grand Void Academy ran into the Mountain Sea Pavilion on the 188th floor this time and had a battle. At that time, more than a dozen of us went out. Later, a few more people left on the 197th, 198th, and 199th floors. In the end, only 5 people and I entered the 200th floor. One of them was kicked out by Mo Fian, but I don't know about the others. Hearing this, Han Fei realized that he had sent out 2 of them, plus Ji Wenxuan in front of him. There should be 2 more. Han Fei nodded slightly. Yes, the 200th floor is only suitable for you to cultivate. If you go to the 201st floor, I'm afraid it will be far more difficult than here. Don't go there rashly. Ji Wenxuan said, Senior brother, why did you come alone? If you had come with us, you would have led a large number of people into the 200th floor. Han Fei sighed. Of course. Master told me to do this. He said that if I led the team, you wouldn't get any experience, so he asked me to come alone. Furthermore, Senior brother didn't come here just for a mere 200th floor. It is said that Chao Tian has probably broken through to the 250th floor at this time. By the way, have you seen Tenga? When I was on the 199th floor, I had a fierce battle with him. This person was really strong and consumed a lot of my resources. Otherwise, I wouldn't have robbed others swallowing seashells. Hearing that Han Fei had a fierce battle with Tango, Ji Wenxuan was shocked. Senior brother, did you meet Tango? Were you injured? Han Fei shook his head slightly. Not injured. However, this person is very strong. I tried my best, but I could only fight him to a draw. Alas! What? Senior brother, you fought to a draw with Tango? Han Fei pretended to be surprised. Fortunately, I barely fought to a draw. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to the 200th floor. By the way, have you met him? Ji Wenxuan was very excited. Just how powerful was his cheap senior brother? He fought to a draw with Tang Gu of the Heavenly Sword Sect, defeated Gong Yuehan of the Jade Fairy Palace, and seemed to want to catch up with Chao Tian. Just this boldness alone was enough to make his mind ripple. Ji Wenxuan nodded. I haven't seen Tang Gu. This person has always been a loner, and others will only avoid him when they meet him. I'm afraid he has already reached the 201st floor, right? Han Fei didn't deny it and asked again, have you met Two Swords? I met him once on the 199th floor, and he seemed to have the little fatty of the Chao family with him. Ji Wenxuan's eyes lit up. Senior brother, have you fought with Two Swords? Han Fei shook his head slightly. No, I didn't have time to fight with him at that time, but this person's sword chi is very fierce. He should be a good opponent. Ji Wenxuan said, Senior brother, you can definitely win. Two Swords can't beat Tango and Gong Yuehan. However, I haven't seen these two people. Han Fei complained in his heart. Why haven't you seen anyone? Then why do I need you? Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. Junior brother Ji, are there many people on the 200th floor now? I need to grab a batch of swallowing seashells. Where do you think I should go? Ji Wenchuan said in surprise, Senior brother, do you still not have enough swallowing seashells? Han Fei shook his head slightly. Once I enter the 201st floor, there will be very few people behind. Although I have some spares, I'm afraid they won't be enough for me to hold on for long. If I want to catch up with Chao Tian, I'm afraid I'll need more resources. Ji Wenchuan took out his swallowing seashells. Han Fei was tempted, but he wasn't sure whether this was a test or not. After all, it seemed a bit outrageous for a senior brother to rob a junior brother of his resources. Han Fei shook his head and said, Junior brother, I don't need your swallowing seashells. Tell me where the others are, and I'll go get them one by one. Ji Wenchuan couldn't help sighing. A master's words were really different. Although this senior brother was only an intermediate dangling fisher, he had witnessed his strength just now. He was so strong that he had no friends. It was only natural that he looked down on his swallowing seashells. Ji Wenchuan said, Senior brother, if you want to grab swallowing seashells, you can't go this way. With that said, Ji Wenchuan pointed to the left side of Han Fei and then said, There are a lot of people gathered there. Sun Mu and Mo Fian seem to be there. There are also a lot of people from the Heavenly Sword sect, the Death Door sect, and the Origin Returning Peak. Han Fei asked, Why are they all gathered together? Ji Wenchuan shrugged. Most people are making sacrifices and fighting with summoned creatures. As for Sun Mu and the others, they can enter the 201st floor. But I don't know why they stay here. Han Fei nodded slightly. Okay, I see. Then I'll grab it from the other side first. As for Sun Mu and the others, I'll meet them later. Ji Wenchuan was surprised. Senior brother, are you going to fight Sun Mu and the others? Han Fei smiled slightly. It's good to see them. If the Grand Void Academy wants to show off, we can't do without the help of these disciples from the big clans. Senior brother, you're so generous. You flatter me, junior brother. Han Fei thought for a while. Should I send Ji Wenchuan away? However, after thinking about it, he was not sure if there were still people from the Grand Void Academy. At that time, he could also use Ji Wenchuan as a cover, so he gave up the idea of sending him out. Han Fei said, Junior brother Ji, take care of yourself here. I'll go around the 200th floor first. Ji Wenchuan clasped his fists. Senior brother, be careful. Han Fei nodded. Junior brother, try your best. Han Fei walked in the direction with fewer people pointed out by Ji Wenchuan. As for Ji Wenchuan, who cared? When he came out of the steps into the sea, he would probably want to kill him. In fact, it was not Ji Wenchuan who wanted to kill him, but Gong Yuehan and the disciples of the major sects who wanted to kill him. The steps into the sea had been in an uproar. The people of the major sects in the 1,000-star city had all come out, not one or two, but a large number. When Gong Yuehan appeared on the steps into the sea, many people were stunned. Many people stopped doing business and came to watch. Ordinary people didn't know Gong Yuehan, but the disciples of the major sects did. Wow. Impossible. Someone hurriedly shouted to Gong Yuehan. Senior Sister Gong, did you come out for something? Gong Yuehan was stunned. All the people of the major sects were here. Not a single family was left out, and there were all kinds of clothes. As soon as Gong Yuehan arrived at the shore, a female disciple of the Jade Fairy Palace ran over. Senior sister, we were cheated. The little girls chattered that Fan Datong is not the last disciple of the Dean of the Grand Void Academy at all. He is a big villain, known as the Black and White Ghosts in the Level 3 fishery. He has done all kinds of evil and even cooked people. Now, he is on the wanted list of the dragon boats. Gong Yuehan. After a moment, Gong Yuehan's face turned red with anger. Her jade-like hands clenched into balls, and she said in her heart, Fan Datong, I'll remember you. Chapter 461. Han Fei didn't care what happened in the outside world. No matter what happened, it was none of his business. Let everyone hate Fan Datong. Originally, the reason why he designed the identity of Fan Datong was simply to sneak into the steps into the sea so that he could act at his convenience. Unexpectedly, he met the little fatty of the Chow family halfway, which not only allowed them to enter the steps into the sea safely, but also made a name for themselves. Then Han Fei thought, anyway, the black and white ghosts have been corrupted, so I might as well kill all the people on the first 200 floors of the steps into the sea. At this moment, this second goal was almost achieved. Han Fei thought, in fact, I can already reveal my original identity. After all, no matter how strong the black and white ghosts were, their combat power would always be reduced if they couldn't use their real strength. This was particularly evident in Xia Shaochan. Although Xia Shaochan was also a heavenly talent without being a hunter, it was with the help of the majestic mystic spell. Once her energy was exhausted, she would have to return to her original self. At this moment, Han Fei rushed all the way. Oh no, all the way. He tricked the enemy, lured the enemy deep, and suddenly attacked them from behind. In addition to appearing in groups, Han Fei also needed to use his brain. Whenever he encountered a single person or a group of 2 people, he would directly go up and kill them. Of course, many people ran away, and some people directly squeezed flash stones to escape. However, most of them did not manage to escape. After all, everyone underestimated Han Fei, thinking that no matter how capable an intermediate dangling fisher was, he couldn't be that powerful. Then the fact told them that even an intermediate dangling fisher could sometimes be very powerful. Until Han Fei met Mu Ling. Yes, Han Fei met Mu Ling. At this moment, Mu Ling was fighting with 3 disciples of the Death Door sect. When Han Fei saw this scene, his first feeling was surprise. According to Mu Ling's performance to Chao Qiu on the previous floor, she should be very powerful. Why did the people of the Death Door sect dare to fight against her? However, what surprised Han Fei even more was that Mu Ling, a spirit gatherer, was not at a disadvantage in the face of the pursuit and attack of a soul warrior, an armorist, and a hunter. This was what shocked Han Fei. Han Fei saw that Mu Ling pushed with one hand and an array was pushed out by her. With a stomp of his foot, a defensive formation blocked several attacks. With a flick of his fingers, a killing array sprang up and directly trapped the armorist in it. Tisk, Tang really knows how to pick a girlfriend. Han Fei attacked without thinking and shouted, 3 people bullying a girl? Is it appropriate? Let me have a taste of your strength. The hunter came out, looked at Han Fei, and couldn't help but sneer. You're from the Grand Void Academy and an intermediate dangling fisher? How dare you meddle in other people's business? Han Fei smiled faintly. Do you know why hunters are called hunters? Because they were good at sneak attacks. But do you want to fight me head-on? With that, Han Fei rushed out, although the hunter disappeared in the next moment. But Han Fei's senses were not weak now. He didn't plan to kill the enemy in the first place. He just wanted to lure the enemy closer. In just 3 breaths, the 6-gate formation rose. Standing in the 6-gate formation, Han Fei chuckled. Look, you are definitely not a qualified hunter. Bang, 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 he swept the hunter 3 times in a row. On the 3rd strike, the hunter was knocked to the ground by Han Fei. The embroidery needle pressed on him, and Han Fei snatched the sea, swallowing seashell. Just when Han Fei was about to hurt this person and then kick him out, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Don't touch him. Remove the purple formation. Han Fei. Han Fei didn't care whether he let one person go or not. Anyway, he had already snatched the sea, swallowing seashell. He wanted to see what Mu Ling was going to do, because once he let Master Hexagon Starfish pull the 6-gate formation, This hunter would definitely run away. Sure enough, when the six-gate formation was removed, the Soul Warrior suddenly retreated and cooperated with the armorist, breaking the killing array in one fell swoop, and the three of them fled. Han Fei wondered, "You just let them go?" Mu Ling nodded lightly. "Let them go?" Han Fei asked, "Why?" Mu Ling smiled and said, "Tango has to help you, but he can't help you too blatantly. Now, you let these three people go. At that time, because I was besieged and you saved me, you can pretend that Tango owes you a favor. In this way, he will have a legitimate excuse to help you." Han Fei's eyelids twitched. This woman, what a fast reaction. What a brilliant scheming ability. The time he took action just now was very short, no more than 10 seconds from beginning to end. In such a short time, she could create a favor because of this simple encounter. From this point alone, Han Fei knew that this woman was definitely not simple. She was a very smart person, giving him the feeling that she was a bit like Yang Ryun. However, Han Fei still frowned and said, "It's a bit difficult. This favor can probably help Tang go restrain the people of the Death Door sect, but the others, no." Mu Ling shook her head slightly and said, "Don't underestimate this seemingly insignificant favor. Combined with Tang Ji's righteous character, he can at least help you restrain the power of 3 or 4 sect disciples. Even if he doesn't use it this time, as long as you fight against a sect in the future, he may be useful." Han Fei asked in shock, "So many?" Mu Ling smiled and said, "Of course, I'm not exaggerating. In fact, there weren't many disciples from the 7 sects in the 1,000-star city who could enter the 200th floor. But as long as they entered, they were usually not too weak. However, compared with Tanga, the gap was still too big. So, assuming that there aren't many people from the 7 major sects, the two of us can even pin down more people." "Are there only 7 major sects in the 1,000-star city?" Mu Ling nodded. "Not counting the small ones, there are only 7 big ones." Mu Ling looked at the uniform of the Grand Void Academy on Han Fei and couldn't help but smile. "I think you should have met them all." The people of the Grand Void Academy were almost all gone. At this moment, he was the boss of the Grand Void Academy. Tang Gu and Mu Ling represented the Heaven Sword sect, so the people of the Heaven Sword sect wouldn't interfere. The Sea Cloud restaurant was on the upper floor, and it had long been cleaned. Yu Xian, who was leading the team, had already gone out. There were probably not many people left. Gong Yuehan of the Jade Fairy Palace had gone out, so there shouldn't be any top masters left. Besides, Xia Shaochan and 2 swords were still cleaning up those marginal people. In this way, the people of the 7 major sects seemed to have been dealt with at once. Han Fei chuckled. "Sister-in-law, why are you here? Didn't Tang Gu come to you?" Mu Ling's face suddenly turned red, as if she was shy when Han Fei called her sister-in-law. Seeing this, Han Fei couldn't help but laugh in his heart. It turns out that this girl likes Tang Gu very much. However, Han Fei couldn't see anything wrong with her for the time being. Just because she was smart, he couldn't think that she was scheming. Besides, since Tang Gu was with Mu Ling, he must have his own considerations. He believed that since an upright and righteous guy like Tang Gu took the initiative to choose a girl, this girl must have some merits. Mu Ling recovered quickly, although her face was still a little red. However, Han Fei could see that she seemed to be very happy. Mu Ling exclaimed, "Him. At this moment, he should be helping you clean up your opponents." "Huh." Han Fei's face changed slightly. "Didn't I tell him not to act rashly?" Mu Ling shook her head slightly and said, "Since you are his best friend, you should know him. There are many people on the 200th floor, and he won't let you face so many people. So, he will definitely help you clean up some." Then Mu Ling added, "Don't worry. On the 200th floor, almost all the people are from the big clans and sects in the 1,000-star city. It's common for people to compete for resources. Especially Tango. he has more reason to compete for resources, because everyone thinks that he can definitely go deeper. However, the deeper the layer, the greater the amount of sacrifice required. It's natural for him to rob others. Hearing Mu Ling's words, Han Fei was immediately relieved, and then he smiled foolishly. Sister-in-law, don't worry. When I see him, I will definitely give him a good lecture for you. There is such a beautiful woman here. But instead of looking for her, he went to fight. That's outrageous. Ha! Mu Ling couldn't help laughing, and then she blushed slightly and said, If you go to the 1,000-star city in the future, I will help you. If you encounter any trouble, even if he doesn't help you, I will. Chapter 462. Mu Ling didn't go with Han Fei. She didn't seem to care about being besieged. Han Fei could see that she was confident. Just now, she faced the siege of 3 people calmly and methodically. Judging from her posture, Mu Ling must have some trump cards. Han Fei didn't force her. After all, he was not familiar with Mu Ling. Whether this woman was capable or not remained to be seen. Thus, the two of them simply chatted for a while before going their separate ways. Han Fei continued to rob. After less than half an hour, Han Fei came to the end of the road. Next, Han Fei randomly chose a direction to kill. After less than half an hour, he met Xia Shaochan. When he saw Xia Shaochan, she was fighting with 3 independent cultivators who were not from major sects gloomily. Because it was not good to expose her identity as a hunter, Xia Shaochan's strength could not be fully released. Therefore, she was also quite depressed at the moment. Seeing that Xia Shaochan didn't use the majestic mystic spell, Han Fei knew that she had probably used up the energy stored in her body. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been fighting for so long against these 3 independent cultivators. Swish, swish, swish. Before Han Fei arrived, the spiritual energy arrow had been shot out. In the sea, 3 spiritual lights flashed. Who are you? Huh. From the Grand Void Academy? Brother, why are you attacking us? The 3 people hurriedly retreated. Han Fei's embroidery needle had been thrown out, and the long rod broke through the water and directly hit a person's turtle shield. With a bang, the shield was broken and the person was knocked over. Xia Shaochan took him by surprise and added another strike, immediately knocking down another person. The last person reacted in time, crushed a flash stone and fled. After collecting the 2 sea-swallowing seashells, Xia Shaochan didn't speak and just snorted angrily. Han Fei waved his hand in front of Xia Shaochan's eyes. What's wrong? Why are you still so angry? Xia Shaochan glared at Han Fei. I've run out of energy. How many spiritual fruits do I need? I've already eaten 20 spiritual fruits, and I can't hold on any longer. Han Fei. Master Hexagon opened the door. Let's eat hot pot, eat hot pot. Inside the gate, Xia Shaochan was really hungry and was wolfing down the food. Han Fei was amused. You can eat spiritual fruits if you want. After all, a random sea-swallowing seashell can have dozens or even hundreds of spiritual fruits in it. Do we still need this? Xia Shaochan rolled her eyes at him. Why don't you try eating 20 spiritual fruits in one go? Han Fei paused. He seemed to have forgotten that not everyone could consume too many spirit fruits at once. Although a spiritual fruit was not a big deal for a dangling fisher now, it was not a big deal. However, eating too much over a period of time would cause one's aura to become unstable, and the energy within one's body would clash. Needless to say, Xia Shaochan must have eaten too many spiritual fruits and was feeling unwell. Han Fei smiled. How many did you rob? Xia Shaochan bit off a large piece of sea cucumber and said, We only got 21. Why don't we transform back? I feel that if I use my hunter's ability, I can grab at least 50, maybe even more. Han Fei shook his head. Wait, if he really couldn't hold it in any longer, he would expose himself again. Otherwise, do you want us to be besieged by thousands of people when we go out? We have a disguise technique. What if they have a way to see through us? Besides, it's not easy to build up the reputation of the black and white ghosts. It would be a pity to lose it. Xia, Xiao-chan snorted. Then I don't care. You fight and I'll watch from the side. The hexagon starfish nodded. I'll watch from the side too. Han Fei raised his head and said, It's none of your business. Stop messing around. As he spoke, a large piece of sea cucumber meat in the cauldron flew into the air and was sucked in by the small black hole. Han Fei took out a large pile of sea-swallowing seashells and said, Now the sea-swallowing seashells are almost enough. On the 200th floor, I've cleared 52. Plus your 21. There are 73. Plus some that Tango and 2 swords have cleared. If too many people disappear, I'm afraid we'll be noticed soon. Xia Xiaochan muttered, We have been noticed. There are fewer and fewer people now. Several times I saw a team of 7 or 8 people. If I hadn't run fast, I wouldn't have been able to beat them. Han Fei chuckled. This is only temporary. When we finish the 201st floor, there will be no one behind us. Xia Xiaochan pouted. I don't care. I don't want to fight anymore. You can fight if you want. Han Fei shrugged. Indeed, after reaching the 200th floor, it was getting harder and harder to fight. If it were before, he could beat them without the majestic mystic spell. But after reaching the 200th floor, once he encountered a lot of people, he would almost certainly have to use secret methods. Otherwise, even if he could beat them, the probability of them escaping was very high. Han Fei said leisurely, It seems that it's time to prepare to break through to an advanced dangling fissure. When we finish the 201st floor, let's find a place where there is no one and start cultivating. Xia Xiaochan nodded. I ate a bunch of fruits. I feel that I can make a breakthrough now. Han Fei wondered, Have you reached the peak? No. Then let's wait. After Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan came out of the 6-gate formation, the 2-person team started to farm swallowing seashells again. But at this moment, Xia Xiaochan was no longer Xia Xiaochan. She had changed into a new face. The problem was that Xia Xiaochan didn't use the 1,000 faces technique at all. At this moment, Xia Xiaochan directly covered her whole body with the metamorphosis water. Immediately afterward, her appearance was changing, and so were her clothes. In the end, Han Fei watched Xia Xiaochan turn into a man. Han Fei's face was black. That's too much. Can't you turn into a little girl? Why do you have to turn into a man to disgust me? Xia Xiaochan snorted. It's not easy to be suspected if I turn into a man. Han Fei turned his head away, trying not to look at her. Fortunately, they were at the bottom of the sea, and it was impossible to distinguish whether it was a man or a woman. Otherwise, tilting his head, Han Fei suddenly saw a strange man in front of him. More importantly, this guy was still pouting and asking for a kiss. Puff, go away. Xia Xiaochan laughed. Ha ha ha, I scared you to death. Han Fei. While the two of them were fooling around, they met 7 or 8 people. However, after wandering for nearly an hour, they only met 7 or 8 people, which was obviously abnormal. Either most people had gone to the center of the venue, or most people had been cleaned up. Han Fei wasn't sure if the number of people they had cleaned up was a lot. But in any case, there should be a lot of people in the center of the venue. Soon, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan met 2 swords and Chao Qiu. When they saw Xia Xiaochan turn into a man, Chao Qiu was almost stunned. He repeatedly asked, What the F***CK is this disguise technique? In the end, Xia Xiaochan smashed Chao Qiu, flying with a rod. Only then did this fellow stop asking. 2 swords looked at Han Fei strangely. So, you became the last disciple of the Dean of the Grand Void Academy? Han Fei asked, Do you think so? Chao Qiu gave him a thumbs up. Yes, you can defeat Gong Yuehan, not to mention pretending to be from the Grand Void Academy. Except for the Heavenly Sword Sect and the Jade Fairy Palace, you can pretend to be anyone else. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Don't talk nonsense. There are many middlemen. What are you going to do? Xia Shaochan nodded. You have to take care of half of the people in the middle. Otherwise, we won't do anything. Two Swords, a cold man, couldn't help but laugh. Him, take care of half of the people? Han Fei emphasized. If you really can't do it, you can exclude the 7 major sections. Why? Chao Chiu, Xia Shaochan, and Two Swords asked at the same time. Han Fei smiled mysteriously. You'll know when the time comes. Now, Chao Chiu, how many can you beat? Chao Chiu said mysteriously, If I say I can beat 100, do you believe me? After he proudly showed off, he found that the 3 of them had gone far away. Even after they left, Han Fei was still muttering, I hate braggers the most. Chao Chiu said, Hey, I'm not bragging. Han Fei said without looking back, Okay, if you're not bragging, then show us. At this time, Yang Diu shouted in frustration. He didn't want to play with Sun Mu and the others anymore. Wait for Han Fei? God knew when Han Fei would come. He thought that instead of waiting foolishly here, he might as well grab some swallowing seashells and rush all the way down. As for the swallowing seashells in Han Fei's hands, let Sun Mu grab them. He was not familiar with Han Fei, but he was familiar with Sun Mu. When Sun Mu robbed Han Fei, he would rob Sun Mu. At that time, what could the Sun family say? However, after leaving the central area, Yang Diu was depressed. Where are they? Why haven't I met a few people? Young master, there's no one. Shall we go to the next floor? Yang Diu glanced at his 2 subordinates. The next floor? Can the 2 of you defeat the next floor? Suddenly, Yang Diu's eyes lit up. Oh, we met people and 4 of them. We're in luck this time. First update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 463. When Yang Diu rushed towards Han Fei with his 2 subordinates, Han Fei and the others also rushed towards Yang Diu and the others. Both sides felt that it was really not easy to meet these people. So, no one wanted to let the other go. After a moment, when Yang Diu saw Chao Chiu, he immediately said excitedly, Come on, it's Chao Chiu. This guy is full of treasures. Rob him. Young Master Wang is also here. Yang Diu said disdainfully, 2 swords can't do it. My big axe can make him cry. As for the one from the Grand Void Academy and the Independent Cultivator, I'll leave them to you too. Yes, young master. When Chao Chiu saw Yang Diu, he hurriedly said, Not good, it's crazy Yang. Run. However, before Chao Chiu started to run, Han Fei grabbed his belt. Don't run when you see someone, okay? Yang Diu is just a fool. Leave him to me. With that, Han Fei asked the hexagon starfish to hide in his clothes. God knew if Yang Diu had noticed Master Hexagon Starfish at that time. At this critical moment, Han Fei didn't want to screw up on such a small detail. Wang Zitian asked, You want to fight Yang Diu? Han Fei shrugged. Of course. You guys just need to get rid of his 2 subordinates. Wang Zitian didn't refute. If he didn't have to deal with Yang Diu, even if he was alone, he could easily take them down. So Wang Zitian said, 100 seconds is enough. Hearing this, neither Han Fei nor Xia Shaochan responded at all. Wang Zitian also frowned in confusion. Isn't this speed fast? Why aren't you surprised? If Wang Zitian knew that Han Fei only used 3 moves against Gong Yuehan, how would he react? At this moment, he saw Yang Diu rushing over with a whoosh. Although the black crystal axe was gone in his hand, he had replaced it with 2 axes that were not weaker than the black crystal axe at all. On the blades of the axes, there was a cold light. On the other side, Han Fei, carrying the embroidery needle, also sped up, confronting Yang Diu. Idiot from the Grand Void Academy, get out of here. I heard that Crazy Yang's double axes are invincible. Let me teach you a lesson today. Hey, you're asking for it. Of these two people, one was chopping with two axes, and the other was thrusting with a long stick. Originally, in Yang Diu's mind, it was a fight. Of course, close combat was the most exciting and refreshing. He liked the feeling of the axe wreaking havoc. However, when the rod and the axe collided, Yang Diu felt a huge force coming from the rod. And not bad. Come again if you have some skills. Clang, clang, Yang Diu chopped 3 times consecutively, creating ripples. Han Fei, on the other hand, was different. He was forced back by Yang Diu's attacks, but he was still shouting, Madman Yang's twin axes are nothing more than this. How could Yang Diu endure this? Then he slashed again. Unfortunately, in the process of his slash, 6 rays of purple light soared into the sky. At this time, Han Fei slammed him into the 6-gate formation with all his might. Spirit Forbidden Net. Chao Chiu hurriedly ran over and began to cast a net at the 6-gate formation. Young master. Bastard, shameless. In the 6-gate formation, Yang Diu suddenly shouted angrily. The twin axes rotated, blasting the seawater backward, so that the Spirit Forbidden Net couldn't cover it. Han Fei said angrily, Chao Chiu, what the hell are you doing? Can't you protect me? Chao Chiu. Immediately afterward, Han Fei's face changed slightly, but he saw Yang Diu's momentum suddenly soar, almost instantly breaking through the realm of a dangling fisher and reaching the realm of a hanging fisher in one fell swoop. Opening the way with one axe, clang, crack, the hexagon starfish was horrified. Not good, he is so strong. The 6-gate formation can't stop him. Han Fei also widened his eyes. Is this lunatic so fierce? But as soon as the axe passed, Yang Diu shouted again. The second axe determines the universe. Crack. In Han Fei's astonished gaze, the 6-gate formation suddenly broke. This was definitely the first time. This was the first time that the 6-gate formation was broken. Was the hexagon starfish not strong? No, absolutely not. This 6-gate formation was the hexagon starfish's special skill. Even the 6-gate formation was broken. It could be seen how strong Yang Diu's strength had been at this moment. Chao Chiu shouted, Oh my God! You hold on. I'll retreat first. The hexagon starfish shouted, oh no, I'm injured. My 6-gate formation has been broken. I want to go home. Han Fei's face darkened. Shut up, all of you. I'll teach him a lesson now. Yang Diu's face was red at this moment, and he was looking at Han Fei fiercely. Shameless thief from the Grand Void Academy, I didn't want to kill you. However, I don't like you now. Go to hell. 3 axes to decide life and death. When the 3rd axe appeared, both Han Fei and Xia Shaochan froze for a moment. It was a huge crab with a phantom span of 50 meters, and its 2 big pincers were like 2 battle axes. Name, Crazy Axe Crab. Yang Diu's spiritual beast. Introduction, a rare deep-sea demon crab. When the Crazy Axe Crab grows up, it can be called the Crab King. In its peak state, it can crush mountains and break seas. It has amazing defense and terrifying destructive power. Most of them are deep-sea demons. Level 36, quality, legendary, contains spiritual energy greater than 2,856 points. Food, omnivorous. Combat skills, Crazy Axe 7 styles. Contains soul power 888. Remarks, mutation Xia Shaochan said to Han Fei via voice transmission. It looks like the crab that appeared in the big fish tide in the heavenly desolation city. Han Fei's face darkened. Before, he had always wondered why Yang Diu was able to bully Mo Fian and Sun Mu. It turned out that although this guy was an idiot, his combat power was really amazing. Based on his combat style alone, he was afraid that the disciples of the major sects who had never seen the world would be no match for him at all. Majestic, mystic spell. I'll send you to heaven with one blow. Han Fei didn't understand why these people shouted those fancy words when they were fighting. Did you make them up? I can make them up too. The embroidery needle in his hand became dozens of times thicker in the blink of an eye. Han Fei held the embroidery needle with both hands as if holding a large pillar, and smashed it head-on at the big axe that seemed to be splitting the sky and the earth. Rumble. On the other side, Wang Zetian's eyelids twitched. What the hell is this bastard doing? He's so strong. It wasn't obvious when Han Fei was fighting Tengu. The power of their battle was very great, setting off billowing ripples. It was really difficult for others to understand how strong they were. The battle between Han Fei and Yang Diu could be described as a fierce fight between bandits. After a collision, ripples broke out endlessly. Where the two of them were, the seawater was quickly emptied and quickly filled up, causing two huge vortexes to spin rapidly. Bam! Yang Diu was smashed hundreds of meters away, and Han Fei also flew back hundreds of meters. Yang Diu was bleeding from his eyes, nose, mouth, and both arms drooped. Han Fei's hands were trembling, and the embroidery needle was inserted into the ground, unable to be lifted. At that time, Han Fei cursed in his heart. The majestic mystic spell's five-fold combat power was only a tie with Yang Diu. Yang Diu's third chop was dozens of times stronger than the previous two. Yang Diu's excitement at the beginning also disappeared at this moment. Are you King kidding me? Is he a disciple of the Grand Void Academy? If you told me that he was a disciple of the Mountain Sea Pavilion, I could barely believe it. But you told me that he was from the Grand Void Academy? I don't believe it. Yang Diu immediately shouted angrily. Who the hell are you? You are definitely not from the Grand Void Academy. Han Fei responded. I am the direct disciple of the Dean. How can you make up stories about me? Yang Diu scoffed. T. How can the Dean of the Grand Void Academy have a direct disciple? He has never accepted a direct disciple in his life. Little thief, you pretend to be a disciple of the Grand Void Academy. Just wait to be killed by the people of the Grand Void Academy. Han Fei bit the bullet and said, T. Who is my master? Does he need to ask you to accept a disciple? Yang Diu said, when I go back this time, I will ask him in person. Han Fei scoffed. Do you think I am afraid of you? Yang Diu shouted, if I hadn't been in a hurry just now, I would have chopped you with my axe. Han Fei sneered, if I hadn't been prepared just now, I would have poked you from the 200th floor to the 300th floor with my rod. Yang Diu scoffed, poke me then. Then come closer to me. Everyone. Chao Chiu scoffed. Come on. Han Fei scoffed. Shut up. Can't I take a break? Yang Diu nodded. Yes, shut up. Chao Chiu. Han Fei was thinking at the moment no. He had underestimated Yang Diu. He was too ferocious. Back then, Yang Ruyan knocked him to the ground with a finger. His full strength strike, which was 5 times his combat power, was only evenly matched with his opponent. Han Fei secretly said to the starfish, Master Hexagon, use the 6-gate formation again. The hexagon starfish struggled with its tentacles. I can't. I'm hurt. Han Fei was speechless. It's not a big wound. I'll treat it for you later. Before the hexagon starfish responded, Two Swords said to him, I'm very fast. Stall Yang Diu. Hearing this, Han Fei pulled out the embroidery needle again and blasted it at Yang Diu. Yang Diu was stunned. He couldn't believe it. He recovered so quickly. Isn't this King fast? Young master, run. Yang Diu frowned. Me, run. With so many people watching, you want me to run? Young master, don't fight him. We can't hold on any longer. Yang Diu shook his head. No, I haven't admitted defeat yet. 7 strikes of wild axe. Chapter 464. In an instant, the 2 axes swept across the sky, and the crab claws chopped like divine axes falling from the sky. At the other end, the big stick as thick as a tree trunk was held in Han Fei's arms and waved like a flaming wheel. Bam! Han Fei and Yang Diu were sent flying backward again. This time, Han Fei vomited a mouthful of blood. Yang Diu's 2 axes almost fell from his hands. He couldn't hold them anymore, so he simply put them into his body. Cough, cough, Yang Diu shouted. Son of a B****, who the hell are you? You are definitely not from the Grand Void Academy. Han Fei scoffed. Go back and ask yourself. I don't want to argue with you. Han Fei's hands were shaking like Parkinson's. However, he didn't care whether his hands were shaking or not at this moment. Fighting was all about momentum. Running out of strength, he jumped up and kicked at Yang Diu. Seeing that Han Fei was so fierce, the latter thought to himself, if I admit defeat, I won't be called Crazy Yang in the future. Immediately, he also jumped up and kicked with his feet. However, as soon as their feet touched, the 6-gate formation rose again. Yang Diu was furious. Shameless, you bastard. Han Fei laughed. All is fair in war, you idiot. Then Han Fei looked at Cao Qiu. What are you waiting for? Throw the spirit forbidden net. Ow, ow. Cao Qiu hurriedly threw out the spirit forbidden net. This time, it covered Yang Diu tightly, and he was stuck in the center of the net. Han Fei kicked Yang Diu with his foot. What are you talking about? In the end, you will still lose to me. Yang Diu was furious. You cheated, you shameless bastard. Han Fei sneered. I'm afraid you don't know what the level 3 fishery is. I'll cheat you. Swish. Xia Shaochan landed next to Han Fei, glanced at Yang Diu and pinched Han Fei's arm. You are still shaking. Han Fei curled his lips. This is just a hand movement. In fact, I can do it again. Yang Diu yelled, stop bragging. Do you want to use your feet? Come on, I'll use my feet. Look at my 1,000 stars, shadowless feet. After a series of kicks, 2 swords walked over with 2 swallowing seashells in his hands. Yang Diu's 2 subordinates were still lying on the ground, groaning. They weren't geniuses, so they really couldn't hold out against such geniuses. After all, the prodigies of these great clans were all piled up with resources. Of course, his own efforts were also indispensable. Otherwise, the 1,000-star city would be full of heavenly talents. Han Fei took out Yang Diu's swallowing seashell and snorted. You lost, you lost. I'll take your swallowing seashell. Be smart and leave the steps into the sea. Yang Diu was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. This was already the 2nd time. After the first time, his swallowing seashell was gone. After all, he didn't see how it disappeared. This time he was so humiliated that his swallowing seashell was taken away right in front of his face. He really could not tolerate this matter. When Cao Qiu was about to put away the spirit forbidden net, Han Fei suddenly shouted, Wait a minute! Yang Diu suddenly had a bad feeling. What are you doing? Han Fei went up and took off his clothes. Yang Diu immediately looked frightened and said, You, what are you doing? We are all men. Let's talk it out. Don't take off my clothes. Hey, Cao Qiu, you little B****, stop him. Hey, hey, hey. 2 swords. Son of a B****, hey. As soon as he left the spirit forbidden net, Yang Diu immediately disappeared. Wang Zitian looked weird and murmured, You have completely offended Yang Diu this time. Han Fei said disdainfully, I've already offended him. It doesn't matter. Cao Qiu rubbed his hands and said, 2 swords, what do you think will happen if I spread the news that Yang Diu was stripped in the 1,000-star city? Wang Zitian sneered. He will come to your house with an axe. Even your brother may not be able to resist him. Cao Qiu shivered all over. Then forget it. Oh, suddenly Han Fei froze. CK, I just wanted to take off his clothes and forgot to take off his axe. Cao Qiu was speechless. Do you still want to pretend to be him? Han Fei chuckled. Yes, you found out. I do have an axe in my swallowing seashell, but it's not as good as his. Wang Zitian shook his head. Don't think about it. Whenever Yang Diu fights, he always lets his big crab and big turtle show up. You can pretend to be him, but can your spiritual beast pretend to be his spiritual beast? Han Fei froze and immediately threw Yang Diu's clothes to the ground. Then why should I strip his clothes? Xia Xiaochan picked up Yang Diu's clothes and stuffed them into Han Fei's hands. It's okay. You can't pretend to be him here, but you can still do it outside. Han Fei's eyes lit up. That's right. Chao Chiu. Two Swords had a nagging feeling that something was wrong. Where did Chao Chiu find these two weirdos? Their combat power was so amazing. Was Yang Diu strong enough? If he wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't have been called a lunatic. In the outside world, before Yang Diu appeared outside, a spiritual weapon battle suit floated on his body. At this moment, his hands were still drooping. Yang Diu was so angry that his face turned purple, and he said without looking back, "No one is allowed to tell anyone about this. Whoever says it, I'll kill him. Young master, we'll keep our mouths shut." Yang Diu snorted. "I'm done. No, I don't want to stay in the steppes into the sea. But I can't go back with my tail between my legs. That guy just now was definitely not from the Grand Void Academy. Send someone to wait here until he comes out. Young master, where are you going?" Yang Diu's face turned cold. "Where else can I go? I'm going to rob a few people first. I don't have any money on me." Han Fei didn't care about Yang Diu at all. He was just glad that now he had one less opponent. However, Han Fei had a lot of thoughts at this moment. Yang Diu was already so strong. Sun Mu and Mo Fian were both at the same level as him. How could they be simple? Yang Diu alone made Han Fei's hands tremble like Parkinson's. If there were 2 more Yang Diu, or even 3 more Yang Diu, he wouldn't be able to resist them at all. Han Fei asked, "Chao Chiu, tell me, what's your solution? If Sun Mu and Mo Fian and the other children of the big clans in the 1,000-star city are so strong, let's not go to the central area. Let's just go to the next floor." Wang Zitian also frowned and said, "Chao Chiu, this is not a joke. It's almost impossible for you to kill them. You can't just drive the ghost speed divine boat and hit them, can you?" Chao Chiu said solemnly, "I have a solution. Trust me." Xia Xiaochan said, Tell me your solution. Otherwise, who will believe you when you are so afraid of death?" Han Fei nodded. "Tell me the truth." Now, Han Fei felt that he had actually saved enough swallowing seashells. Although he also wanted to get revenge on Sun Mu. If 8 or 10 people like Yang Diu popped up, he wouldn't dare to hit them with his head, right? Seeing the 3 people's burning eyes, Chao Chiu finally compromised. Chao Chiu took out a few small bottles. Xia Xiaochan grabbed them. Just a few small bottles? Seeing that Xia Xiaochan was about to open them, Chao Chiu hurriedly said, No. Xia Xiaochan paused. "What's in them? Why can't I open them?" Chao Chiu hesitated for a long time and said, "Inside are the ultimate weapons." Han Fei and the others. Chao Chiu explained, "This is the poison of poisons I made from nearly 100 dragon boats, an entire level 3 fishery with thousands of spiritual herbs. It's called the Poison King." Xia Xiaochan's hand trembled and she threw the bottle away. Han Fei grabbed the bottle and asked with bright eyes, "How do I use it?" Xia Xiaochan, Wang Zitian. Xia Xiaochan and Wang Zitian were speechless. "Are you really going to use it?" Seeing that Han Fei seemed to be quite interested, Chao Chiu immediately said excitedly, "Well, let me tell you, it's awesome. Its value is even higher than that of the Ghost Speed Divine Boat. Let me tell you, just a single drop is enough to cause all living beings within a radius of 1,000 meters to vomit and have diarrhea for 7 days without stopping." Han Fei was so shocked that he almost threw the bottle in his hand away. Xia Xiaochan and Wang Zitian immediately took a few steps back, especially Xia Xiaochan. Don't open it. Gulp." Han Fei swallowed. "That's really poisonous. Can you describe to what extent they will vomit and have diarrhea?" Chow Chio said proudly, I found a crab nest and tried it. In less than an hour, all the crab's shells softened. 1 day later, the shells were empty. Han Fei swallowed again. How much of this do you have? I have a tank. Chapter 465. Han Fei once felt that he had been shameless enough. He firmly believed that what he did was forced by the level 3 fishery. Therefore, when Han Fei killed and robbed, he told himself that this was the most basic law of survival. Until Chow Chio's performance at this moment made him doubt this law of survival, and his understanding of shamelessness and despicableness rose to a new height. At this moment, Han Fei stared at Chow Chio with bright eyes. Give me the vat. Chow Chio! Xia Shaochan quickly pulled Han Fei. Are you crazy? Why do you want so many of these things? Han Fei responded seriously. I don't know why, but I had a hunch just now. We wanted to enter the steps into the sea to find treasures, and I think this is the best. Xia Xiaochan's eyes widened. Do you think this is a treasure? Han Fei said calmly. Isn't this a treasure? Xia Xiaochan looked at him leisurely. I'm afraid you have some misunderstanding about the word treasure. Chow Chio was also surprised. Why do you want so many of them? Han Fei raised his head. Do you think you have the ability to drop this thing on people without anyone knowing? That depends on your ability. Chow Chio asked, Can I? No, you can't give me half of it. I'll help you kill those bastards. Chow Chio took 2 steps back. He had a feeling that Han Fei was going to rob him of his power. However, Chow Chio looked a little excited. Before, he felt that this invention of his seemed to be not very elegant. However, seeing that Han Fei seemed to like it very much, he couldn't help but feel a little proud. Chow Chio said, I'll give you half of that, no more. I have other uses. Han Fei chuckled. Okay, then give me half of that first. After a moment, Han Fei said in high spirits, Let's go and meet Sun Mu and the others. This son of a bitch is too much. This time I'm going to kill him. Wang Zitian said, Before you use the poison, you'd better tell me first. I'll go to the next floor. Xia Shaochan also agreed. Yes, when you use it, tell me the profit. I'll run away in time. Chow Chio said, Don't worry, I have an antidote that can reduce the pain by 90%. It's not about the antidote. At that time, the water will be filled with filthy and muddy things. You can keep it to yourself. Chow Chio was taken aback and said in surprise, Ah, I forgot about this. Fan Da Tong, when you use it, tell me first. I'll go down too. Han Fei was speechless. Didn't you want to go with me just now? However, Han Fei didn't care. He could control water. So what if it was turbid? With his water control technique, no matter what kind of filthy excrement it was, it wouldn't be able to contaminate him at all. However, Han Fei frowned and asked, Why reduce the pain by 90%? Chow Chio explained, It's mainly because I forgot the order of some of the materials in it when I was concocting it. As a result, after I concoct the antidote, it can only be more than 90% immune. Han Fei bared his teeth. This was 2F** King much. He could tolerate other people vomiting and having diarrhea. If he were to be infected by it, the experience would not be as good. Han Fei pondered for a moment. Let's go. The central area of the 200th floor was actually about 30 miles from the center point. About 200 people had gathered here, and they were still practicing here. That's right, these people weren't fighting or sparring with each other. Instead, they were fighting various summoned creatures. When they were still 50 miles away from the central area, Han Fei and the others had already felt wave after wave of shocks and ripples, rippling over. Han Fei could confirm that there were probably no less than 50 people fighting at the same time. When the 4 of them came to the central area, they saw 3 or 4 people fighting within a kilometer. Wang Zitian frowned slightly. There are so many people. How are you going to poison them? Chow Chio wondered. It doesn't matter if it's the others. We just need to poison Sun Mu, Amophian, Li Baizhou, Li Hai, and Yi Baiyu. It's a pity that Chen Aochen has left. Otherwise, I would definitely take him with me. Wang Zitian continued. Yi Baiyu is not on the 200th floor. If I'm not mistaken, he should be on the lower floors. As for which floor he is on, I don't know. Chao Qiuqiu and Wang Zitian were discussing which people to deal with. Han Fei said, "Wait a minute, there are so many people here. It's impossible not to rob them. If we want to rob them, let's do something big. Killing all these people is the right way." Chao Qiu looked a little hesitant. That's not a good idea, is it? Chao Qiu looked at those who were fighting and those who knew nothing about it, and couldn't help but panic a little. What if these people knew about it in the future? Han Fei didn't care, and went straight to the central area with the most poisonous poison and antidote. The arrival of the four of them inevitably attracted the attention of these people. However, unlike before, no one would run away here. Most people would subconsciously stay away from Two Swords when they saw him. When they saw Chao Qiuqiu, they could still make fun of him. "Chao Qiuqiu, are you looking for a beating?" "Chao Qiuqiu, your sister is not here. She may have gone to the next floor." "Chao Qiuqiu, what's wrong with you today? Li Hai and Li Baizhou are inside. How dare you go?" "Chao Qiuqiu." Chao Qiu ignored these people and just looked at them with pity. "All of you are a little too arrogant. Just you wait to cry in a moment." Han Fei wondered, do these people really get along so well with each other? Don't they rob each other? Wang Zitian replied, independent cultivators will be robbed when they come here. As long as the disciples of the 7 major sects and the big clans don't go out of the central area, no one will rob them, because there will always be someone to help them. Han Fei smiled. This was probably one of the benefits of those major sects and the big clans. Just by virtue of their identity, they could do things that countless people couldn't do. Suddenly, Han Fei saw 2 disciples of the Grand Void Academy swimming towards him. Han Fei's face changed slightly, and he said to the others via voice transmission, "Wait a minute, I'll deal with them." When they got closer, Han Fei found that it turned out to be Ji Wenxuan and another junior brother. "Senior brother, you're here." "Junior brother, I'm here." Han Fei raised his head slightly, put one hand behind his back, and looked at the other person. "Junior brother, how should I address you?" The other disciple of the Grand Void Academy was a little puzzled. After hearing Ji Wenxuan say that the dean had a very powerful last disciple, he was very suspicious. Why was it that no one in the academy had ever heard of such an awesome senior brother? However, because he heard from Ji Wenxuan that he had seen this senior brother severely defeat the heavenly talents of the Jade, Fairy Palace, and other sects, he couldn't help but suppress this suspicion. After all, if he could defeat someone like Gong Yuan, he might really be a last disciple. "Tian Yishan greets you, senior brother." Han Fei smiled and said, "Junior brother Tian, nice to meet you." Then Han Fei looked at Ji Wenxuan. "Why are you here? Is there anyone else in our Grand Void Academy?" Ji Wenxuan shook his head. "No, when I met Yishan, another disciple was robbed. The robber was Tang Go, and Yishan escaped with the help of a flash stone." Han Fei frowned and looked at Ji Wenxuan. "Did you meet Tang Go?" Tian Yishan replied, "Yes, this person is too fierce. He swung his halberd all the way, and wherever he went, all the people caught by him were robbed. I'm afraid this person wants to break into the depths of the steps into the sea this time." Han Fei asked, "Where is he now?" Tian Yishan replied, "He has come from the other side. This person is so fierce that he clearly wants to rob a sea-swallowing seashell from the other side. Many people have gone to watch." Han Fei's eyelids twitched. "Let's go and have a look." Han Fei was speechless at Tang Ji's temper. "Take it easy. I've come in with a different identity. You didn't even disguise yourself and directly came in with a halberd. What if you were beaten by the crowd?" Suddenly, Chao Qiu said, "Good timing. There must be a lot of people watching. Let's hurry up and release the poison in crowded places. Of course, Han Fei also knew that this was a good opportunity, so they immediately sped up and rushed over. On the way, Tian Yishan also asked, "Senior brother, where did you cultivate before? Why have we never seen you before?" Han Fei answered casually, "The unknown place. Besides, I'm not the only one, but most of them are dead." Wow, Tian Yishan was stunned. Is the unknown place a place that only dangling fishers can go? Ji Wenxuan was also shocked. He even imagined the scene of a group of heavenly talents fighting until only one of them was left. Han Fei didn't want Tian Yishan to ask again, so he said, "Something big will happen here later. You too either go to the 201st floor or the steps into the sea. Anyway, you can't stay on the 200th floor today." Ji Wenxuan and Tian Yishan looked at Han Fei. Han Fei smiled and said, "You'll know in the future." Han Fei and the others were far away and felt the seawater hitting their bodies wave after wave. In the seawater, the sound of weapons colliding never stopped. When Han Fei arrived, he found that Tango was fighting with two figures, one black and one white. Han Fei couldn't help but look at Xia Shaochan. "Who the F***ck is this?" Chao Qiu explained, "These are Li Hai and Li Baizhou, the twin brothers of the Li family. It is said that they can communicate telepathically. Their unparalleled combat techniques can make them among the top 10 in the Heavenly Sword sect." Han Fei knew that they were Li Hai and Li Baizhou. Their identities were all written on their clothes. Han Fei was not bragging, but if they walked into the steps into the sea with their identities, they might be mistaken for the black and white ghosts. At this time, on the battlefield, Tang Ji's halberd was slashing so hard that only dazzling knife light and rolling waves could be seen in the seawater, and no one could see his figure at all. Li Hai and Li Baizhou were particularly fast. The two of them were not hunters, but their speed was comparable to that of top hunters. Xia Shaochan said, "It's a bit like the shadow shrimps pursuing shadow. Their attack speed is too fast. If I don't teleport, I'm afraid I won't be able to win." Han Fei nodded slightly. It was indeed powerful. There was no doubt about that. These famous children of the big clans should not be easy to deal with. He didn't know how many people could withstand the crazy Yang Diu's pair of big axes. Suddenly, Tang Ji's halberd was thrust into the ground. With his body as the center, the area within a kilometer exploded. Li Hai and Li Baizhou were shocked back hundreds of meters by the power of the halberd. Li Hai said, "Tang Ge, you are not weak in a one-on-one fight, but two fists are no match for four hands. Today, you robbed our people. We can't let you go." Li Baizhou said, sarcastically, "I've heard that Tang Ji's strength is comparable to Chao Tian's and his combat skills are comparable to Chinauchin's. Why don't I see either of them?" Li Hai said solemnly, "Brother, you are wrong. He is indeed very strong." Li Baizhou said coldly, "But he didn't show his combat skills. If that's all he has, he won't be able to beat us." While everyone was watching the battle, suddenly, a figure in red suddenly appeared beside Han Fei and the others. Han Fei took a closer look and found that it was none other than Mo Fian. Mo Fian twisted her body and landed in front of Chao Qiu with a bright smile on her face. "Hey, sister, I was wondering who you were. It turns out to be our little Qiu Qiu. Little Qiu Qiu, your sister is not here, so are you here for me?" Chao Qiu jumped behind two swords, and Han Fei, as if fleeing. "I'm not here for you. I'm determined. Mo Fian, you can't tempt me." "Ha ha ha, why can't I tempt you? Is it because I'm not beautiful enough?" Chao Qiu bared his teeth. "You are far from it. You are not as good-looking as my sister. I can't like you." "Huh." Mo Fian's face instantly changed, and she said, coldly, "Say it again. I'm not as good-looking as your sister? I'll give you another chance to organize your words." Chao Qiu shrank his head. No, just when Mo Fian's aura was rising, A sharp sword intent broke out from Wang Zetian's body. Wang Zetian shouted, "Mo Fian, if you want to fight, I'm happy to accompany you." Mo Fian's aura suddenly dissipated a little. "Hey, if you didn't release your sword intent, I almost didn't recognize you. Isn't this Wang Shower who only knows how to cry? Do you think you can protect little Qiuqiu with your two swords?" The two swords in Wang Zetian's hands were already in his hands, and his eyes were fierce. "Say it again. Wang Shower, Wang Shower, Wang Shower, come on." Wang Zetian burst out in anger. In an instant, Qiuqiu was sent flying. Wang Zetian was surrounded by hundreds of swords, and the sword qi was like a tide. The others who were watching the fun all cast their eyes over. Sun Mu also took a step forward. He took a deep look at Wang Zetian, then glanced at Qiuqiu and frowned. "Xia," Xiaochan faintly burst out of her fighting intent and said to him via voice transmission, "Is this the Sun Mu who has chased you repeatedly?" Han Fei replied, "No hurry. It's boring to fight with this kind of person. Even if you want to fight, it's not now." Because of Xia Xiaochan's fighting intent, Sun Mu took a special look at Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan. Sun Mu's eyes fell on Han Fei, and he stared at him for a long time. Han Fei didn't avoid it, and also looked at Sun Mu coldly without a smile on his face. As if attracted by their gazes, Mo Fian glanced at Han Fei and asked Sun Mu, "Do you know him?" Sun Mu moved his eyes away. "I don't know him. However, these two people were brought here by Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu has been trying to kill us for a long time. Be careful." Mo Fian giggled. "Little Qiuqiu is just a glib talker. If he really wants to kill us, why doesn't he dare to fight us now?" Sun Mu snorted. "Don't underestimate him. Qiuqiu's aptitude is the best among all of us." Qiuqiu was saying to Han Fei via voice transmission, "Hurry up and release the poison. I'm going to poison these two bastards. No, I'm going to poison all the bastards here." Han Fei glanced at Qiuqiu. "You guys go to the next floor. I'll stay here." Xia Xiaochan shook her head. "I'll go with you. Let little fatty go first." Qiuqiu shook his head. "No, I want to see them vomit and have diarrhea." "Of course." Han Fei ignored Qiuqiu, who was in a rage. Just when Tanga, Li Hai, and Li Baizhou were about to fight, suddenly, an unparalleled sword qi shot straight at Han Fei. On the battlefield, Tang Ji's eyelids suddenly twitched. Has Han Fei's identity been exposed? Han Fei was also very surprised. This stab came from Sun Mu. It came without any warning and caught him off guard. Han Fei pulled out the knife with one hand, and the soaring knife qi instantly shattered the sword qi and then continued to chop at Sun Mu. Swish, swish, swish. Sun Mu used 3 sword strikes in a row, and the billowing spiritual energy exploded 3 times before he finally shattered the knife qi. In an instant, the surrounding crowd dispersed, leaving Qiuqiu and Han Fei alone. Among them, Ji Wenxuan and Tian Yishan's expressions changed drastically. They didn't know why Sun Mu suddenly attacked this senior brother. And what shocked Tian Yishan the most was that this senior brother of his was simply too powerful. Sun Mu had to use 4 sword strikes to barely defend against this casual slash. Not far away, Tang Ji's eyes also flashed. When he fought with Han Fei before, he didn't see Han Fei use a knife. Just now, that fleeting saber seemed to be even more powerful than his staff technique. Li Hai and Li Baizhou also looked at him and exclaimed at the same time, "How is it possible that he is from the Grand Void Academy?" Han Fei took a step out first and looked at Sun Mu arrogantly. "Why did you attack me?" Han Fei secretly swallowed. He just wanted to release a few drops of poison. But before he had time to release it, Sun Mu had already slashed at him with his sword. Han Fei frowned slightly. Did he notice that I released the poison? But it shouldn't be. How can a drop of water in the sea be detected? Seeing Sun Mu's decisive attack, Mo Fian couldn't help but look at Han Fei up and down, and then she also frowned slightly. "Who are you?" Sun Mu took a step forward, and the 5 or 6 subordinates behind him also seemed to be ready to take action. Han Fei grinned. "I am Fan Datong from the Grand Void Academy." "Nonsense. How can you be from the Grand Void Academy?" "Hey, don't pretend to be me." "Bullshit. My Mountain Sea Pavilion is not far from your Grand Void Academy." "Why didn't I know that there was such a strong master in the Grand Void Academy?" Han Fei grinned. "My master is the Dean of the Grand Void Academy. I, Fan Datong, have been silent for 3 years. Today, I will sweep the 6 academies and dominate the 7 major sects of the 1,000-star city. You can't question me until you are qualified to stand in front of me." With that, Han Fei took 2 steps forward and looked at Sun Mu. "So why did you attack me?" Han Fei's last sentence was quite domineering. The whole audience was silent. Chao Chiu even wondered if this guy was really the last disciple of the Dean of the Grand Void Academy. Damn, he was so good at acting. Sun Mu frowned even more, and secretly said to Mo Fian via voice transmission, "I always feel that I have seen him somewhere." Mo Fian also put away her charming smile. "He seems a little familiar. Is he really a peerless talent hidden by the Grand Void Academy? But this person is so domineering. I like him so much." Sun Mu rolled his eyes at Mo Fian. He still had some doubts in his heart. Why did such a strong person suddenly appear in the Grand Void Academy? So Sun Mu raised his sword. "I don't like you, so I challenge you." When Sun Mu said this, many people were stunned, including Li Hai and Li Baizhou, who were fighting with Tang Ge. The 2 of them put away their swords and looked at Han Fei curiously. Wang Zitian said to him via voice transmission, "Sun Mu is a cautious person. Except for a few times, he has never taken the initiative to challenge others. Do you know him from before?" Han Fei looked solemn, but he was very puzzled. Was it because the 1,000 Faces technique was not real enough? Why did this guy challenge him alone in the crowd? However, in the face of challenges, Han Fei was not afraid at all. If it weren't for the support of the majestic, mystic spell, Han Fei wouldn't have come to the 200th floor to fight with Chao Chiu. But now that he had the majestic, mystic spell, he didn't care about Sun Mu and the others anymore. It seemed that the plan to secretly release the poison had failed. Han Fei smiled faintly. "You like to fight?" Many disciples of the major sects around were surprised. Others might not know, but they all knew it very well. Although they were all in the 1,000-star city, and might even be in the same sect, they still knew the difference in strength between people. Ordinary disciples of the major sects might be outstanding, but in terms of resources, experience, cultivation methods, and combat skills, they were still far behind those disciples of the major sections. For some things, they didn't stand on the same starting line, so they could only rely on their talent. For example, Tang Ge was an exception. He was an existence that defeated all the heavenly talents with his strong talent. Now, this unknown Fan Datong was obviously not a disciple of a big clan, which meant that he was also a person who rose to fame with his talent. In Han Fei's mind, Tang Ji's voice transmission sounded, "Sun Mu is not weak and is good at sword arrays. Are you sure you can defeat him?" Han Fei responded, "Don't worry. Ask Mu Ling to seal the surrounding seawater. I'm going to release poison later. Don't be contaminated by it." Okay. Tang Ge was slightly surprised when he heard that Han Fei was going to release poison, but he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Anyway, he didn't have any feelings for these people present. Besides, Han Fei knew his limits and wouldn't kill anyone, so Tang Ge didn't care. Han Fei tapped his feet and swam to a place dozens of meters away from Sun Mu. "I've long heard that your sword array is unparalleled. Today, I will fight you alone." Swish, 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 under everyone's gazes. Han Fei's momentum was rising at an extremely fast speed. To everyone's surprise, only Han Fei's momentum was rising and his realm didn't change at all. He was still an intermediate, dangling fisher. And Sun Mu didn't dare to be careless. Judging from Han Fei's attack just now, he already knew that he definitely couldn't defeat him with ordinary strength. Therefore, Sun Mu spread his arms, and long swords jumped out from his chest, back, arms, and forehead one after another. Each of them was a high-quality spiritual weapon. Why did they give him high-quality spiritual weapons? It was not because they didn't have ultra-quality spiritual weapons, but because if they were given ultra-quality spiritual weapons to train in the level 3 fishery, they wouldn't be able to gain any experience at all. Even if they were given ultra-quality spiritual weapons, they would only be given a few. There were very few people like Chao Chiao who had ultra-quality spiritual weapons all over his body. Just like at this moment, right in front of Sun Mu, a red long sword was standing upright and rotating. It was an ultra-quality spiritual weapon. Han Fei couldn't help but be shocked. When he saw Sun Mu before, this guy only used a high-quality spiritual weapon. He didn't expect that this guy had so many spiritual weapons, including the red long sword. There were a total of 108 swords. Someone exclaimed, "Oh my God, it's the Sun family's unique skill, the Immortals' slaying formation. Retreat." Someone asked while retreating, "How strong is this Fan Datong?" He forced Sun Mu to use the Immortals' slaying formation as soon as he entered the arena. "Is he King crazy?" Someone responded, "I don't know whether he's crazy or not. I just know that I should stay away from him as soon as possible. Once the Immortals' slaying formation approaches, crush the flash stone as soon as possible and run away." Seeing that the crowd was scattering, Han Fei was speechless. "I just want to poison him. Do you think it's easy for me? How can I poison him now that the crowd has scattered?" Han Fei said to Xia Shaochan via voice transmission, "Xia Shaochan, go directly to the 201st floor." Xia Shaochan refused. "No, I won't go." Seeing Xia Shaochan's determined look, Han Fei asked, "Then take the antidote first, and then block it with the metamorphosis water. Don't let the seawater touch you at all." Xia Shaochan nodded. "Okay, no problem." Chao Chiao also said to her via voice transmission, "Is he going to release the poison? Let's stay away." Chao Chiao called 2 swords and Xia Shaochan and ran directly to Muling. Muling seemed to know why they were here. She gently stepped on the ground, and a layer of defense array appeared. With another step, a water dungeon array appeared. With another stomp, a water shield appeared and surrounded the few of them. In the eyes of others, this scene was not a problem at all. After all, Sun Mu had even taken out the Immortal slaying formation, which showed how dangerous this battle was. It was only natural for him to do some protective work. Mo Fian also stayed far away from Sun Mu at this moment. At the same time, her eyes lit up. She had a strong curiosity about this Fan Datong. Sun Mu immediately activated the Immortals' slaying formation, which had never happened before. Li Hai muttered, "That guy seems to be quite powerful." Li Baijiu nodded. "Yes, I still don't believe that there is such a person in the Grand Void Academy." Li Hai added, "I don't believe it either, but those 2 disciples of the Grand Void Academy seem to know each other." Li Baijiu suggested, "Then let's kill those 2 disciples of the Grand Void Academy first and interrogate them." Li Hai suggested, "Maybe we can take advantage of the situation." Li Baijiu nodded. "Good idea." As soon as Sun Mu activated the Immortals' slaying formation, Han Fei found that there was no one around. Everybody retreated 1,000 meters away, including Tang Ge without exception. However, before Tang Ge left, he said to Han Fei via voice transmission, "Don't worry. If you can't beat them, I'll come to help you." Han Fei responded, "No, I'll show you my strength in the past 2 years." Han Fei didn't expect that things would turn out like this because of his stare at Sun Mu. However, this was good. At least the 7 major sects wouldn't trouble him for the time being. Besides, he would go to the 1,000-star city anyway. It was not inappropriate to get to know these disciples of the big clans in advance. Swish, swish, swish. As Sun Mu pointed his finger, except for the little red sword floating in front of him, the other 107 swords rose into the air at the same time. Round after round, he made a total of 3 big circles. At this moment, Han Fei had to praise Sun Mu. His style was really F***ing handsome. However, at this moment, he couldn't care less about whether his style was handsome or not. His killing intent was soaring. Clatter! The sword formation above his head flashed away in an instant. The spiritual swords were not aimed at Han Fei at all, but covered a radius of 500 meters. The landing points of the swords seemed to be very particular. First, 8 swords landed in 8 directions, followed by many long swords. Han Fei only felt that in this sword array, there was already sword chi everywhere without the need of swords at all. Seeing a few strands of sword chi floating towards him, Han Fei didn't resist, but still lowered his hands and let the sword chi approach him. Chilla, Han Fei was swept by 5 or 6 strands of sword chi and remained motionless. On the periphery, many people looked surprised. Wow, this guy didn't even block them. His physique is so strong. Is this guy as strong as Chao Tian? The crowd was discussing, and Tang Ji's aura fluctuated a little. Mu Ling pulled him slightly. Don't worry. In the Immortals' slaying formation, any strand of sword chi can seriously injure an intermediate dangling fisher. He can feel it. Since he dares to resist it, it shows that his physique is strong. Tang Ge nodded. I know. I'm not afraid. I'm excited. I didn't expect that one day he would be so strong. I once thought that he would. Seeing that Tang Ge stopped halfway, Mu Ling couldn't help asking, well, what will happen? Tang Ge shook his head slightly and didn't answer. He once thought that Han Fei might stop at the realm of a fisher in this life. But now he seemed to see the rise of a peerless, heavenly talent. How could he not be excited? Chao Qiu sighed. Xie Xiaoan, what do you think is his most powerful feature? His physique? Xia Xiaochan tilted her head and said, no, both are very strong. Chao Qiu was speechless. You're just a little fangirl. I didn't ask you. Han Fei looked down. The sword Qi tore his clothes but failed to cut his skin. Seeing this scene, Han Fei couldn't help but smile. Come on, let's continue. As soon as Han Fei's voice fell, within a radius of 500 meters, there were only a few strands of sword chi wandering, but in the blink of an eye, there were thousands of them, and the number was still increasing. Someone exclaimed, It's coming! It's coming! The Immortal's slaying sword chi is coming out. Han Fei was also speechless at this moment. I just said it. Why are there so many of them? However, Han Fei still didn't intend to make a move. He grabbed the handle of the blood-drinking knife with one hand, while injecting spiritual energy into it. Chilla clang, 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 chilla. Han Fei's clothes were torn, and his head was swept by the sword chi. However, in the eyes of everyone outside, Han Fei still didn't move. This was simply suicidal. They couldn't even imagine it. Even if each sword chi could only make a small cut on his body, with so many sword chi he would bleed to death. However, when Han Fei raised his hand and looked at it, white marks appeared on his skin. Suddenly, Han Fei grinned. Is there anything else? If not, I'm going to make a move.